filter this time.
My wall is covered in
That's what I'm
computer
saying.
parts. I don't have room for blankets.
Hi, stream.
All right.
Where's my ice cream? Oh gosh, it's a stream.
Okie dokie. So, everybody seems to be here. I am also not dead, which is good and fortunate.
Very fortunate.
Yes, very
Before
fortunate.
we begin, I just want to announce very rudely that I am drinking straight club water, or club soda. So
Excellent.
I'm drinking tea.
I don't know what that is.
it's carbonated water basically.
So club
It's supposed to be
soda or
like a-
sparkling water, you mean?
Oh, that's
Yeah,
what it is. Okay.
That's what
I know
that-
It's supposed
sparkling
to
water.
be like a mixer for like drinks, but people just, well, not people. I just fucking eat it straight.
I have
I'm a
coffee right now.
psychopath.
You eat the
Yeah.
soda?
Yeah, I like
You
chew
eating
off
your
bits of
seltzer?
plastic from the bottle.
You eating your seltzer, you old man?
It's not seltzer. It's okay. All right. All right, back on topic.
All right. So everybody's here. How is everybody? You guys are doing great. Okay. Everyone's okay.
Woke
I am
up
alive.
An hour ago. So,
Nervous.
Pretty good.
Believe me, if anybody is nervous about anything, it's probably me. Because
that's figured.
yeah, this is kind of major. Anyway,
Everything is going to explode and turn into ash.
Yeah.
It's over.
yeah,
best outcome.
everything's gonna explode. Okay. Anyway, yeah, I'll welcome you guys. Good morning or good afternoon, wherever you are. So all of you already know me, but I guess I will introduce myself for everybody else on stream, whoever is listening. Hello, I am.
I've actually never talked to you before.
What?
This is
Oh,
the first time.
okay. So I guess I'm just a
Where
complete
am
stranger
I?
to you guys, jerks.
Help.
Okay then. Anyways,
Like a wolf.
hello. I am Fo. Most people probably know me as a freelance illustrator. And I occasionally stream art stuff on Twitch. And more recently, I have kind of been a little more known as an author. I am the writer of the Mystgard setting and the book Errant Chronicles, or the Errant Chronicles series. Yeah, that's pretty much the setting that I am constructing this campaign for. So yeah, this is new territory for me, and I have played and DM'd a lot of 5e in the past. See, I have been in an ongoing 5e campaign for like the past 3 or 4 years now, but it's currently on hiatus. And more recently, I've been playing Pathfinder 2nd Edition. No small part thanks to Spen, who has been DMing like 3 Pathfinder campaigns. Yep.
Spend is too fast. No knowledgeable.
I'm
Pathfinder.
Yeah.
He knows the whole rule book.
I'm a stupid idiot. I'm a
Yeah.
dumbass.
So, I play Artoria, who is an elf investigator in the Extinction Curse campaign. So that's a published Paizo adventure. And yeah, I play in that campaign. Yeah, that one we play on Sundays, but that's bi-weekly currently, but currently on hiatus as well for a little bit.
Oh no.
Yeah, only for a little bit, but we've gone without playing for like a month before, so it's fine. Anyway, yeah, you guys all know me. Some of you know each other, but yeah, you guys can go ahead and introduce yourselves if you like. So, who wants to go first? If no one volunteers, I will pick.
Oh, great.
Roll the dice right now.
There's silence.
Just roll the dice.
Roll the dice.
Roll the dice.
You know what? I'm just gonna.
I'll volunteer. I got
Yeah,
a spot.
I was gonna pick you first anyway. Spen, go ahead, introduce
Okay,
yourself
alright.
to everybody.
Sure, I'm Spin. I'm the Pathfinder DM. I'm the guy. I through first learned the system by running 3 games at once, and it was a really bad idea. But I like my players, so it was like it's a trade-off.
Oh
What
well.
I'm saying is, I'm experienced. I'm also a really funny person, and that's my bio.
Let's not go that far.
Okay, shut the fuck up.
What the
He's
fuck?
also very bad at reading stat blocks because I think
Yeah,
every
okay.
single
That was
campaign
one
he's run.
time. Okay. Except
Just every
actually,
time.
oh no, actually, yeah, no, you're right.
I
Yeah.
think
Yeah.
even in the one shot you misread something.
No, I did not miss. Actually, no, Andrea misread something, not me. Come on.
But yeah, like
The way I did misread something. Fuck.
yeah,
Never mind.
every single campaign Spen's run, there is more than likely a funny story about a stat block or ability that has been misread, leading to some pretty funny and also unfortunate shenanigans. So like
Retcon.
yeah, so for Extinction Curse, there's like I think 2 things that I can think of offhand. Well, probably
I mean,
3.
there's also the cock incident.
You had to bring that up, didn't you?
Yeah,
So
yeah, I
course.
did. You're gonna bring it up anyway. Why are you looking at me like
no,
that?
no, okay.
It's
So
absolutely your fault.
Abomination Vaults, which is the campaign that DG plays in, that Spen DMs. There was
Games are terrible. Don't watch them.
there's the Scorpion Incident, which was an encounter that Spen accidentally overbalanced.
I didn't accidentally overbalance it. The system did. Okay. What happened is that I accidentally like used a fucking tool built in the Foundry. I accidentally like put 3 extra levels of scaling on the scorpions, and because of how Pathfinder 2e works, 3 levels is a fucking lot. It's like a really scary a lot.
We barely got out of skin our teeth.
Oh yeah,
I-
and what happened in that encounter too was one of the party members was split from the rest of the party, so he wasn't even in range for combat when combat started. And didn't it take him like 2 or 3 rounds to even get there?
I don't
Yes.
remember who was there.
There was
Who was that?
basically only 3 people were at the scorpions. The other 3 were just spread out.
Oh yeah, it was a disaster.
And that entire encounter started because Burb, who I think was playing Alchemist at the time, decided to try and befriend the Scorpions.
No, I think that was actually. No, you're right.
Yeah, no,
Oh,
that's
here's what happened.
that's exactly what happened.
What I should have done is that one of my players summoned a monster. It was one of the monsters that was taming the scorpions and why they were there in the first place. So I didn't let them convince the scorpions, but I really should have, because I was just like off at the hand. And that's
That was smart.
how. Yeah.
Yeah.
The only reason they survived is because I like impromptu allowed like a get up on a D or nat 20 fucking death saving throw or some shit.
And I did it.
Yep, and then there's the pollen incident.
Yeah,
Sort of range as an AoE.
yeah. So what happened was in an Extinction
that in there.
Curse, there was an encounter that was essentially a pollen plant trap, and it had like this really BS long range, and it could inflict, what was it, confusion? I think it was.
Yeah,
At
it
range.
confused you, which basically means you can attack your party on accident. So
Accident, sure.
accident. Well, I rolled for it with like a flat d20. Some shit.
Yeah. And what happened was, because of the misreading of the stat block, our party TPK'd on like episode 2. And because of that, we had to retcon the entire fight and then restart.
Like it was supposed
That was-
to be.
That was the only time like we've had to have a fight retconned. So yeah, that was kind of
I'm
funny.
a good DM, guys. I swear. Oh, and then,
Fight.
and then Age of Ash, who's killed like 3 guards and then went to jail for 15 years, and that's how their campaign ended.
Yeah, Spanish games are
Yeah.
crazy. Anyways, this interesting went too long.
Sorry about
Yeah.
that. Anyway, go ahead.
Now
Yeah.
that we're done exclaiming how cruddy I am, let's go.
Alright, who's next? Introduce yourself.
It sounds yet again.
Oh my god. Just
All right,
I'll
I'll go
next.
next.
Yeah, alright, go ahead, Cole.
Hi, everybody. My name is Cole. There you go. Kidding, but my name is Cole. I do a little bit of tabletop RPGs. I've been doing that since like 14, something like that. And I've been enjoying it for the most part. I've run a few games, streamed one of them a few months ago, and here I am. I do funny voices. Smile.
Yeah, Cole is actually a really, really good DM. I watched his 5e campaign, and it was extremely well done.
I watched some of it too. Yeah, it was really good.
Yeah.
Do a funny
that.
voice right. Do a funny voice right now, man.
Waiting for
Haven't
season
watched
2.
ARD in 5,000 years.
But fine, you want a funny voice? Sure, I'll take the out to the conversation. But I mean, if you really want a funny voice, I mean, we guys can do something like this. I mean, this is a fun one. This is a good default to like, something a little bit something like a little bit strange, right? Yeah.
Sound like my neighbor
Hey,
that shot
Kona.
his girlfriend 26 times when I was like 3.
What was that?
Exactly.
Whoa.
Okay.
Shit, I didn't know we met back then.
Oh my god. Anyway, yeah, Cole is also going to be helping me with audiobook stuff for Thousand Year Curse at some point when I get off my butt and finish doing the work for it. But that's the thing that's going to happen. So yeah,
It's pending.
yeah, that is pending. I just need the time to sit down and work on it. All right. Next up, if nobody volunteers, I am picking.
I haven't seen it again.
Okay, you know what? DG, introduce yourself now. Go do it.
Okay, fine. I'm DG, and I only got into tabletops recently, and as a recent, I mean 4 years ago. And ever since then, I've just been hopping around doing weird stuff. That's the only way I can describe myself, really.
He's great at like tech shit too, and he's like helping set up my stream.
Yeah,
And,
DG is very
I
handy.
guess, I'm here now because I liked reading Foe's book.
Yes, thank you.
Oh.
Alrighty. Alright, Furret, you're next. Go for it.
Alright. I am Furret. Sometimes I have voice mod fuck up and I just start talking like this randomly.
Love it.
I've been.
Okay, we're doing this now. All right, time to flex my waste of a purchase $500 Go XLR. That has been of
Nice.
no use to me. All right.
I spent like $30 on this. What the hell is wrong with you?
I don't know. I'm really bad at spending money.
Jeez, look at all you guys with like the fancy voice mods. I got nothing.
I have nothing either.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
this is
fine.
like-
It just gets you lost in a cave.
yeah.
Yeah,
And
you're just. It's
I
perfect
went
for
without
when we
dinner
spend
for
a
3
session lost
days
in a
because
cave,
of
I
this
can just-
goddamn Go XLR. And it's done nothing for me.
alrighty,
I can't wait to play a campaign that's just in a cave so I can just help.
alright.
Ironically, I was so pissed because like, fucking like a friend of mine had like a $30 like voice changer. I think it's the same one you use for it. It's literally better than fucking Go XLR's voice changer. I was just so pissed.
Oh no.
I was so angry.
Like, is it a physical thing or just an app? Because like,
An app. He was better.
yeah, we're probably using the same thing then.
Alright, so I think last but not least, Nate, go ahead and introduce yourself to everybody.
Yes, I am Nate, self-proclaimed artist, and recently just got into D&D, and this is my first time playing in a Pathfinder.
Are you going to be finding your path for the first time? Wow.
Yeah.
Real
Second
yeah,
precious
boss.
of friends we found along the way.
Yeah, I think most of you have had experience playing Pathfinder in some way. Like, of course, me and DG play in Spence campaigns. Furt has played in a couple of Pathfinder one-shots. And Cole, I know you've played first edition. That's what I learned.
I've played a lot of first edition.
Yeah, I learned first
Familiar.
edition like a long time ago before D&D. This is back when 4th edition was still a thing. So I think like the only person who doesn't have any Pathfinder experience here is Nate. So this is new territory for you.
It won't be too new. I think you'll get the hang of it.
Yeah, it's really not that hard. People kind of play up the difficulty a little too much. But Paizo doesn't really do itself any favors in being like overly wordy about everything.
I
Um,
mean,
Yeah,
it's just simple in execution, but looks
Yeah.
difficult when you read
All
it.
Summer Allies, like every single rule you'll ever read in like 2 sentences, and you'll get the same amount of information from it.
yeah, so this is going to be mainly a learning and a teaching experience for everybody. Like, learning particularly for me because I have never DM'd Pathfinder before. And learning experience for everybody else in learning the system. So, um, yeah, I'll try to simplify stuff as best as I can because I am not a fan of using more words than is necessary to explain something simple. Um, so I'll explain things as simply as possible. And for anything that I don't really have an answer to immediately, you can always ask Spen because he knows the system a lot more than I do. But yeah, like let's see here. Where are my slides? Let's get into this, I guess.
Oh yeah, you got Pat. Yeah,
Yeah, I have slides. Yeah, I spent an entire day on this.
Let's
Do
go.
we have teachers? Do
Should
we
we
have to
should we
take
be
notes?
tuning in the stream, or do you want to like?
Oh yeah, I can like stream it on the Discord. 1 second.
Discord.
Yeah.
I'm giving you viewers, so I'm
Oh.
gonna stay on here.
Let me
Teacher, is this gonna be on the test?
No.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep, it's
You
gonna
guys
be on
didn't know
the
that we have a worksheet at the end of this PowerPoint?
Oh my god.
Why?
Let me open. Fuck.
I already have enough homework to deal with. Why?
Oh, it's not showing. What the hell? Okay. No. Okay. What is? No. Come on.
Oh no.
What is my screen doing? I changed my window. Hang on. It's not picking the window I want it to. Yeah, it's supposed to be like a PowerPoint thing, but you know what? Yeah, you guys can just like watch it on my stream if you want to. That's probably the better thing to do because I can't figure out how to get it to work. Because I literally threw this together yesterday. Anyway, okay, so let's start off with setting information. So, what is Mystgard? So, Mystgard is the name of the world that a lot of my books and writings take place in. So, it's a modernish fantasy settings. It's a modern fantasy setting. So, stuff like cars, computers, cell phones, and internet, like a lot of modern amenities, those exist. And they're part of daily life. They're nothing special or unusual. With a couple of fantasy alterations here and there. So there's a lot of similar settings that I kind of take inspiration from or have taken cues from or are kind of like similar in feel. So if you're familiar with like Xenoblade Chronicles or certain entries in the Final Fantasy setting, like particularly Final Fantasy 15, that one's probably closest. And certain entries in the Tales series of games. So I'm trying to think of what would be closest. Probably. I want to say Tales of Xillia 2 is probably closer because they actually do have like cell phones there, which is kind of weird. Yeah. So unlike a lot of like D&D and Pathfinder settings, this is going to be entirely modern. So there's still going to be aspects of fantasy, that you're used to. But it's got a lot of modern trappings. I also took a lot of cues from the Eberron setting for 5e, which is like probably my favorite because it's really well done. I love the idea of functional magic or magic use in daily life, that sort of thing, and stuff being integrated. And I love that. So I've integrated a lot of similar ideas in my setting. All right, let's see. So, a big part of Mystgard is the idea of errands. So this is what adventurers are called in Mystgard. And errant and adventure are interchangeable, but most of the time they'll be referred to as errands. So in universe, it's derived from the word errand and the idea of knights errant. In reality, errant means to wander, so it felt kind of like an appropriate occupational title. So essentially, what errands do, they take on various jobs called contracts from contract boards, and they're functionally pretty much mercenaries. So you can post any kind of job for them to do, and they will do it. It's a very profitable, but also very dangerous profession. So usually there's some kind of screening process when you register to be one, but you can only be one at 18 or older. And because the job is so dangerous, most people kind of retire by the time they're in their late 20s or early 30s. It's kind of rare for anyone to continue being an errant past their 30s. And the ones that are usually in jobs that aren't on the field, or they're training other errands. Errands are extremely common. So I think the statistic I wrote was that about 1 or 2% of like the population is an errant or involved in the industry in some way. And a lot of societies in the world have some kind of structure to support an errant economy. But every country kind of has its own different rules and different views on errands. So one country might be, they might require you or expect you to be some part of some sort of organization. So if you're an independent or unaffiliated errant, people might look down on you or look at you as suspicious. Let's see here. Here we go.
Renegade.
Yeah. Okay. So Renegade is a title for errants who are criminals. So you have done something that has caused a lot of destruction of property, or you've killed a lot of people. Essentially, you have a price on your head, and you're fair game for people to go after you. So you're a wanted criminal. Let's see. So this is stuff you don't really have to remember, but there's 10 errant ranks. Everybody starts at novice tier, which is either copper or iron. And then as you kind of like achieve more success and go through like reviews and stuff, you can achieve higher ranks. So mid tier, which would be steel and bronze, that's kind of like the bulk of the active errants. And then you have silver and gold, which are the most common high ranks. And then you have hero tier, which are platinum, mithril, and adamantite. Not really commonly seen in the field, and they're usually members of organizations or attached to the government. And then you have the almost unattainable god tier, which is crystal rank. And is reserved for heroes and champions of gods, so you're not likely to see them.
Yeah.
To be perfectly honest, I have not written a single crystal errant so far. I think the highest rank I have written for a character is, I think, either platinum or mithril. That's a character that's going to come up later, probably. Alright. So.
Free lore.
Yeah, this is all free lore. Yay.
It means we just gotta make our own.
We gotta send the rank yourselves.
Oh my
Alright,
god.
guys, let's power level.
Oh my god, you guys are going to be the death of me, I swear. Alright. So, the prevailing belief system in Mystgard is called the cycle. So, Mystgard is a setting that I wrote with a very specific theme in mind. And it's the idea that everything functions in a very cyclical manner. So it's kind of the belief that all things are born or created, they live, they die, and then they are reborn. And a lot of things in the universe are viewed in a very similar way, whether it be weather, relationships, trade, whatever. Like, almost anything can be kind of attributed to the cycle. And stuff that exists outside of it or breaks it is considered unnatural or evil. So stuff like undead is kind of considered not quite evil, but unnatural. Like, well, certain types of undead. So, like, there's a distinction between permanent undeath and temporary undeath or normal undeath. So, stuff that doesn't die, is considered a violation of the cycle and should be destroyed. And the gods are they're kind of believed to be kind of like the mechanics or engineers of the cosmic machine. So they exist to help keep the cycle moving. So to move on, the gods in Mystgard, I'm not going to go into too much detail about them because there are so many. But the bare bones basics you need to know. Gods are not active or present, and they don't influence the world directly. And the reason for this is because about 2,000 years in the past, there was like this big thing called the God Wars. And after they ended, the gods disappeared and retreated from the world. And they're believed to have retreated to the realm of the gods called Babylon. Babylon. Excuse me. I can speak English. But yeah. So gods aren't really present or active. They're still kind of there. But a lot of belief in the gods is like purely on faith. Like people aren't even really sure if they're still there. So this has kind of led to a much more secular, modern society, kind of like not too different from how things are kind of right now. But clerics, members of the clergy, and people who are like especially devoted to divine belief, they have the strongest connection to the gods, and a lot of them claim that they can hear whispers of their influence or things like that. But most people in the world just kind of see them as weird or crazy. So, like, you can still believe in the gods, and it's fine. Because that, it is just, part of the world. But most people don't put too much stock in it. So, divine belief is there, but a lot of it purely runs on faith. So, in regards to the divine pantheon, you have the triad, which are the creator gods. You have Origin, the creator, Galileo, who is the god of space, and then Metronome, who is the god of time. And then you have the core gods, who are gods of the elements and primal forces. So things like fire, death, oceans, winds, that sort of thing. Then you have the minor gods, who are gods who kind of came later. And they're gods of like abstract concepts or mortal values. So things that mortals view as important enough to believe in and put faith in. So you have a god of justice, you have a god of valor and war, you have a god of knowledge, that sort of thing. And then the last point on this list regarding the gods, there are other godlike entities in the world, but I can't talk about those in too much detail. But yeah, so there are other entities in the world that kind of exhibit aspects of divinity for various reasons. But they aren't too well known. And if they pop up, I don't know. I guess you'll see. But I can't say too much more than that for various reasons. But yeah, some of you know, but yeah, no spoilers. Don't spread it around. All right. So in somewhat relation to divinity, the Fae have a much larger presence, actually much larger than that of the gods. There's a lot of places in the world that associate with the Fae a lot, and in some places kind of have replaced worship of the gods with worship of the Fae. So they have a much more direct hand in things, and a much more powerful influence. Like they're kind of, it's hard to describe. They're like spirits of the land almost, and probably among like the oldest things in all of existence. And because they're so old, and because, as is the nature of most Fae, they will mess with you out of sheer boredom or amusement, for no good reason at all. And yeah, they could pretty much care less about you and what happens to you. So messing with Fae is a mixed bag. So the Feywilds are that's the realm of the Fae, and it's kind of like a separate plane of existence that's connected but separate from what's called the Prime Realm. So Feywilds have entrances in nearly every country in Mystgard. So, every civilization kind of has its own history with the Fae, and like different relations with them. But in the scope of the current setting, travel and trade is normal and regulated. It's like conducting trade between any country. So there's no weird time shenanigans. There's no time dilation. If you enter the Feywilds one day and stay there for like 3 days, you'll come back 3 days later. Like no time bullshit. It makes things a lot easier for me. Let's see. And weirdly enough, most technology does not work very well in the Feywilds, with the exception of places that have Iron Fae, which is a specific court. In terms of like Fae stuff, that I can go into a little bit more detail later. But yeah, like all this regulated stuff in regards to the Fae has only been around like relatively recently, like the past 100 years. Before that, any trope that you know in regards to the Fae and the Feywilds, those were in effect. So over 100 years ago, you could enter the Feywilds for like an hour and then come back in like a year. so that regulation has made things significantly easier. So the Feywilds consist of several courts ruled by leaders called Feylords. These are the most powerful and the oldest of the Fae. So you have your seasonal courts, as is typical. You have spring, summer, autumn, and winter. And then you have smaller courts like the Court of Tides, the Court of Horizons. Let's see, what else do I have there? There's the Iron Court, and then you have like individual Feylords that are unaffiliated. So there's a lot of intense rivalries between the various courts, and some of the Fey leaders do not like each other. And then there's some that would kind of rather stay out of the way. So that stuff won't matter so much unless you get involved in Fae stuff. But the big takeaway here is that in regards to worship, some people will worship Feylords instead of gods. And you can kind of see that in reflected in clerics in particular. So instead of being a cleric devoted to a god, you can be devoted to a Feylord instead. And it works similarly. So that's one interesting thing. Oh yes, there's my world map for you there to have a gander. So I won't really go into detail about any of these places until maybe we get to character creation.
Mhm.
So that'll be in a little bit. Let's see here. What is
I definitely didn't misread Arcadia as just straight up Australia.
It's not actually. I'll explain like the different.
Australia.
I'll explain the different countries later when we get to character creation. But let's move on. But any questions so far or comments?
Nice map.
All right.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Okay, then. If there are no questions right now, I will move on.
Where's the Texas one?
The Texas one? Oh, that would be
Sheridan.
Sheridan. Sheridan would be kind of like the equivalent of the American Southwest, pretty much.
Yeehaw, brother.
Yeehaw! Yeah, no. But yeah, I'll go into a little more detail about each of the different countries. But yeah, Sheridan is kind of like the equivalent of like the Southwest U.S. But like as an entire country. So make of that what you will. Let's see here. What is next on my list? Okay. So we're going into scheduling. So this is going to be OOC stuff. So right now, I have things slated for bi-weekly. Because it would just be a lot easier for me to prep and do stuff in between. Because I still do art commissions and writing in the meantime. So I want to give myself plenty of time to work on my own things, but also do stuff for prepping prepping games for you guys. Because this is a very this is a setting that's very dear to my heart, and I want to be able to put in the best amount of effort that I can for this. Not just for myself, but also for you guys. I want this to be a fun and engaging experience for you. So being able to do this bi-weekly gives me enough time, and I don't have to stress about having to have something ready every week, because I am slow sometimes. So right now I have you guys slotted for Saturdays from 1 to 4 p.m. Eastern. I'm gonna assume that this is still good for you guys. Yes? Yes? Okay. Yeah. And if it is not, please let me know if there's like any schedule changes and whatnot. At some point in the future, whenever Extinction Curse ends, which is the campaign that Spen is running, we'll switch over to Sundays from like noon to 3 or 4. I have asked all of you, and that time slot should be okay in the future. I hope. We will see. If it's not,
good.
yeah, if it's not, let me know. Because I'm pretty flexible for the most part. I also have a tentative campaign start date for May 14th. So today's the 23rd of April. So that gives you guys about 3 weeks to prepare your characters, backstories, but also more importantly, get art. Also gives me enough time to prepare everything, because I have not written out these campaign stories in advance, because I'm not going to do all that prep work and then have you not pick it. So whatever you guys pick, I will be writing the story to try and cater to you as much as possible. Because, I want you guys to have as much a hand in this as I do, to an extent. I'm just providing you the framework. You guys are the ones that are going to be helping write the story. Yeah. So in regards to bookkeeping, I will be posting game times in our Discord channel on my server. I'll ping you at least once during the week of session to confirm that you guys are still available. And if anything comes up last minute, please let me know. It doesn't matter the reason why you can't make it. Like, you don't have to supply me one. And then on the day of session, I will ping you guys about an hour or two beforehand to confirm and make sure you're awake. Because I have heard of a few instances of people like sleeping in by accident. or missing session because like they forgot. But yeah, I'll ping you guys about an hour or two beforehand to make sure you're good to go. So yeah, like if you guys can't make it for whatever reason, be it family stuff, you're not feeling well, you're sick, or like you're being dragged out to go somewhere by like family or friends, just let me know, and it's fine. Your real life and your mental and emotional well-being is a lot more important to me than a game. And to be perfectly honest, I will take any chance I can get for extra prep. So don't worry about disappointing me or disappointing other players. You're fine. So don't feel guilty if you can't make it. So just let me know ahead of time if you can. Let's see here. Alright.
Not last minute.
Well, if like there's like an actual emergency, like literally last minute, just yeah, don't worry about it. Because I think there was one time with Extinction Curse, I think we didn't find out that Yona couldn't make it for session until like a couple minutes before or something.
Yeah, and I think he was like bleeding out or something.
Yeah, he had like an accident or something, and he had to go to the hospital. We didn't find out until like a couple of minutes before session was about to start, and he was like, "Oh my god, why are you here? Go to the hospital. Don't worry about it."
Hey guys, sorry I can't make it. Sorry I can't make it to the campaign. I got my arm chopped off.
Yeah, so if it's even if
got
it's
another one, I can roll dice.
yeah,
I can still
even
click, but like
even if it's last minute, please let me know. Like don't worry about it. Like don't sweat it. All right. Stuff. Well, all right. Let's talk about expectations. So what you can expect from me as a DM. So I guess Spen already knows this because I play in his campaign. I'm very RP and story oriented. And a large part of the reason why I picked you guys is not just only setting familiarity, but I know a lot of you guys are very into RP. So I figure you guys would be able to gel really, really well and hopefully enjoy what I'm going to try and put out for you. As a DM, I will also try my very best to integrate your character and backstory into the setting. Because, like, it's always kind of... It's always kind of painful. Like, you put a lot of work into creating and playing your character, and then ultimately it's meaningless. Like, it doesn't feel like they belong or they're not really part of the story or whatever. I am going to try my best to kind of fold in whatever you guys have in mind for your characters into the story, and leave like little hooks for you to kind of grab if you want. And like I'm always open to ideas and suggestions. So if there's anything that you're wanting to be able to do, just toss it at me, and yeah, we'll talk about it. Another thing that you can probably expect: combat balance is not my strong suit. Because I think like every campaign I've run, which is all 5e, I have nearly accidentally TPK'd players, like completely by accident because I either read a stat block wrong or I accidentally overbalanced stuff. So the way I'm gonna be running things now, I've created a bunch of stuff that will weigh things a little more heavily in your favor. So in the event that I do screw up, you're not screwed. So, yeah, so there'll be ways of digging yourself out of any holes that I accidentally push you into. So yeah, try not to worry too much about that. I am not going to try to kill you guys. At least not on purpose. Like, I know there's some DMs out there that are like really antagonistic towards players and will make, any excuse to try and kill them. I want to make things challenging but fun. So, I might make mistakes, and that's fine, but I'm also going to give you a lot of opportunities to be able to get out of them, in case I accidentally sick something on you that's a little too difficult. Being an RP oriented DM, if you guys are particularly clever and manage to like surprise me or impress me, I like to reward outside the box thinking. Being a writer, I can usually see stuff coming a mile away, but I am not immune to being blindsided. And it just happened to me before. So if you guys can manage that, I will be impressed. But yeah, if you guys, come up with something interesting or clever, there is like no wrong answer to anything. Feel free to do it if it is in character. And I'll roll with it. And yeah, feel free to, chat with each other about the setting, the campaign, speculate on stuff. I love that. Like, nothing makes me happier, than seeing people kind of excited, about something I've created. So, you know what? You want to talk about it? Feel free. All right. moving on. All right, let's talk about the less than stellar stuff.
No.
So bare bones basics. This is like should be no brainers for all of you. Don't be a creep or harass other players or me. Otherwise, I will be very upset. Rules lawyering. I am not a very. I'm not like super technical. I am not a huge fan of like excessive rules lawyering. I'm not running Pathfinder 2nd Edition Raw. I'm making a couple alterations to streamline and make things easier. So please don't constantly point out that this isn't how it is on like Archives of Nethys or whatever, because I am not very rules heavy. My eyes just glaze over and I hate it. But yeah, I've altered stuff, so not everything is going to be the same as how the rules say they're supposed to be run. For the most part, I am going to be using it, but there are a few small things here and there that I am either not going to be using or I have altered a little bit. If you guys have any issues with somebody, whether it be me or another player or how I'm doing things, please let me know. I am open to criticism. Please don't think I'm unapproachable. I'm pretty chill most of the time. Don't worry about upsetting me. I know most of you guys fairly well, but I'm just gonna say this anyway. Be mindful of the horny. I don't think any of you guys are, that kind of person. You're not like most VTubers, for example.
Damn, okay.
I'm not saying you're boring. But yeah, mature suggestions, or like mature themes and suggestive stuff is fine. As long as it's within, Twitch TOS and stuff like that. And as long as your fellow players are comfortable with it most of all. Like, I will not, shove stuff in front of you that will make you uncomfortable. If something makes you uncomfortable, please let me know and I will try my best to avoid it. Just don't do anything that will make me upset or pissed off at you. I do not want to have to cut you or stab you, okay? So play nice with everybody. And if there are any things that you guys would like to avoid or stuff that you're kind of sensitive to, let me know, like now if possible. Are there any things in particular you guys want me to avoid? Abuse, slavery, gore, body horror, that sort of thing.
Any kind of phobia.
I'll avoid
All of them.
I know spiders are kind of a common phobia for most people. So I don't like spiders either, so I'll probably avoid it as much as possible. If you guys don't like bugs. Any other major things you guys would rather not deal with?
I'm okay with anything.
I don't really
I don't have
see
any
this
phobias.
happening, but I'll say just in case, stuff happening to eyes, physically.
Oh, okay. You don't like the eye horror stuff, okay.
Yeah.
Like gouging out eyes or
Most
eye
body
torch.
horror I'm fine with, but when it reaches the eyes, that's just a very
Okay.
no.
Very
Okay.
sensitive spot.
Yeah, so I'm gonna make I'm gonna make a note of that. Let's see. No. Eye horror stuff. Okay.
Stop
Thank you.
dying.
Yeah, so no stabbing things with eyes or like gouging out eyes. All right.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah. Okay. So
Other than that, though, yeah, I'm good with basically everything.
okay.
Well, aside from the obvious big no-nos.
Yeah. Okay. Of course. All right, I'm gonna boost your guys' volume a little bit since apparently you're all quiet. 1 second.
Oh no.
Don't worry, I'll be more loud and obnoxious. It's fine.
Alright, hang on. I'm just gonna boost all your volume a little bit. Okay.
I love
I-
being loud and decibel human.
I actually have Nate like at max already, so I got you.
Alright, Nate, I just need you to get a little closer to your
A little
microphone.
closer.
Again?
Just swallow the microphone.
Just eat it.
It's like right near my face.
Oh my god.
Take-
Okay.
We're all
Aw.
friends here, right? Come on, you
Take
don't
a
need to
bite.
sit that far away.
Take a bite out of Just take
Just-
like a bite out of
just
it.
put it
That
in my
should
mouth.
help.
Just eat this.
Right in my
Up the mic in your mouth. It'll work.
All right. So I've got like the eye horror stuff up. Any other things you guys would rather avoid? Not to say that this is like your only opportunity to raise any objections. Like you can express any trigger stuff at any point, and I will figure it out. So yeah, like and if something comes up during play that makes you uncomfortable, please let me know right away, and I will fix it. And you know, I'll figure stuff out. Don't worry about it. Like I'm not expecting you guys to know what it is that'll make you uncomfortable ahead of time before it comes up. So if it does come up during session, bring it up with me right away. That way I can just like take care of it like as soon as possible. All right, are we good?
Yeah, I'm pretty okay. Like, I usually only have stuff where it's like visual, like just a description of something really won't bother me too much, so I should be pretty okay.
Okay, all right. Yeah,
I
because
believe that we can't jump scare by changing what the Foundry screen is, just like to show a very vivid picture.
like the reason why I asked is because some of you already know like my writing style, and that kind of carries over into like RP stuff. I can get very descriptive, and I can write stuff in a way that can be a little disturbing. Cause yeah, I've done that before.
Well, I've read the book, so I know.
No, I have done worse, like more horrifying stuff. Like, I don't have any examples offhand, but yeah, I've written a lot
That's
worse.
how you got out of the Vor plant.
Oh, the Vor plant?
Yes, the Warplane
We
incident.
don't
I
gotta
did
talk
that.
about the foreplay, man.
Oh my god. Okay. So sidebar. So this incident that they're talking about is it happened I think a couple of episodes, well actually like midway through our playthrough Extinction Curse. So we were tracking the bad guy of the arc to this barn. And what happened was this giant freaking plant bursts out of one of the barn doors. I actually think I have the clip saved. Hang on, let me grab it. Hang on. So yeah, what happened was that this giant freaking plant bursts out of the barn doors and immediately picks up my character Artoria, and again because Spen misread the stat block, I didn't make it. I don't think I made the save for that anyway.
You didn't make a save when
Oh,
you're
I
supposed
didn't
to.
read. I don't think I misread the stat block.
Yeah, no, I didn't. I failed the save to avoid getting grabbed and eaten. So my character got eaten by the damn plant. And
You're
what?
probably gonna get eaten either way. I'm just saying.
Yeah, and what happened was that yeah, I got swallowed, and so when a creature gets swallowed, they immediately start suffocating and taking acid damage from being digested. And oh my god, what happened was that because my character's class was investigator, one of the abilities that they have is called devise a stratagem. And what that does is that it allows you to roll a d20 and add your whatever modifier, so you can actually figure out if you'll hit an enemy before you actually hit it. And then if you roll high enough to actually score a hit, you can actually attack later in your turn. So what happened was, I actually crit on the devise roll. And essentially what that was like, oh, you can literally devise your escape. And yeah, I crit the devise roll, and I just Yeah, I described my character as climbing out of the mouth of the giant plant and then just tumbling onto the floor. Yeah.
How am I gonna get out of this one?
And then you just stood up and said, "Well, that was nothing," and just walked away.
Yep, it was like, oh, that was unpleasant, and then just walked away.
I'm sure it was weird.
Yeah, I have the I think I have like the clip for it here somewhere. 1 second. 'Cause I saved, yeah, I saved it. What
They'll
is-
call this majestic plant incident.
I like how many incidents Sven has.
we have a lot of incidents.
Yeah.
You know,
don't
maybe
talk
I
about the
should
incident.
reword that.
Oh, actually, yeah, it's a set of 3 clips. Hang on. Let me.
Yeah, it's a pretty long.
Yeah. Where is it?
Oh God.
Where is it? So, let's see here. I'm gonna post it in No Mic, the campaign No Mic. So, I think that's the first one. And then where's the device ones? And then I'm gonna play it for the stream too at the point.
Hmm.
This happens a lot in
Yes.
spend games, so that's why we meme on it
Okay.
a lot.
Just like have this like on like a fucking like, God, what do you call it? Stream Deck. Just press a button, it comes up.
I don't have a stream deck, okay? I'm like very low tech.
Yeah, that's gonna take a little bit of setting up. So
Speaking of tech, real quick, what VTT are we gonna be using?
We're gonna be using Foundry. So hang on, I'll move on to the next slide here. Yeah, so the system we're playing is obviously Pathfinder 2nd Edition with a couple of small alterations here and there. And then for VTT, it'll be Foundry. So like I've used Roll20 before, but I got Foundry recently, and after playing Extinction Curse in Foundry, I'm like, wow, this is like really damn good. I should use this. So yeah, we're gonna be using Foundry. And I'll be giving you the link to session like up to about 30 minutes to an hour before session. That way you can sign in, load everything, etc. if you need to, because Foundry can be a little bit graphics heavy, because my old laptop couldn't run it very well. Now that I have a desktop, yeah, I can run it just fine.
you're also using Forge, right?
Yeah, I'll be using Forge, because otherwise it'll probably murder my computer if I try to stream and run at the same time.
Yeah, that would. That
yeah.
would happen.
So that I think requires you to create a Forge account, which I think Sped knows more about than I do. I have not had time to.
Like 5 seconds.
Yeah,
it
takes 5 seconds.
Game, do it like 5 minutes before we start. And
It
works
takes
just
very
fine.
little time to create one.
Yeah, so you guys don't have to worry about it right now. And then for character creation, the one major thing I love about Pathfinder 2nd Edition and Paizo in general is that the support for like character creation and looking up stuff is insanely good. So literally like the only things you need to use is it's all consolidated. Path Builder for creating your character sheets, very good and a little more intuitive. It's easy. And then Archives of Nethys for looking up everything. Archives is literally all of the Pathfinder 2nd Edition rules completely for free that you can look up. And it gets updated as soon as like new books come out, which is actually fairly frequently.
It's also legally for free.
Yeah, it's completely legal. So like Path Builder, you can create your character, fiddle around with stuff, play with the builds, etc. And it's entirely free. There is like a small paywall for things like free archetype. It's like $5 or something. Like I bought it, but yeah, like it's almost all completely for free. Like you don't have to worry about it's not like D&D Beyond where a lot of like alternative options or like stuff in different books you have to actually pay for to get access to. Not so with Pathfinder.
There's a reason I just use a Google Doc sheet, and I despise D&D Beyond.
Anybody likes D&D Beyond, except the people that are paid to use it.
Which is kind of funny because they got like officially partnered with Wizards now, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, Wizards did in fact buy that.
Partnered for a while. I think they just bought it.
I think so, something like that. But yeah, like Path Builder is extremely good. All of the new content as it comes out gets uploaded onto there automatically. Like any new stuff, there's also quite a bit of third-party stuff that can get uploaded on there. I think there's like some dragon stuff that got uploaded onto there recently. So like dragon is actually a third-party heritage that is on Path Builder, which is really, really cool.
Yeah, like that's literally just a choosable ancestry.
Yep.
Dragon.
Yep.
Dragon.
Yeah.
I don't think it's exactly allowed for this game. But
actually it is.
Yeah, I allowed it.
When I was
dragon, okay.
When I was looking at the character creation, one of the choosable ones is in fact dragon.
No way.
Simply be a dragon.
Just be a dragon. Damn.
Oh my god, my husband is showing me the security video from last night of me getting attacked by the rabbit.
Nice.
Oh my god, it looks as funny as it sounds.
Just put music over it. It'll fit.
How many times did the rabbit attack my ankles? 5? Oh my god, that thing is fast. Okay. Anyway. Oh yeah, what were we going? Oh yeah. Yeah, so for character creation stuff, that is literally the only 2 tools that you need to use. Like, you don't have to use anything else to look up stuff. It is all there. Because I don't think I'm going to be really using much third-party stuff at all. So everything that you guys are going to be using, it's going to be on Path Builder and on Archives. So, yeah. So yeah, that makes things, like, super, super easy. Oh, so yes. Did I wanna play like this dumb like plant clip from Extinction Curse?
If you want to, that's up to you.
Alright, let's
Hey Fo,
yeah, what?
when are you gonna make the Psycho Bunny a boss in our game?
Oh my god, don't tempt me. Cause I can and I might.
The BBEG is just that rabbit.
Oh my god.
I mean, if you guys like want like a Psycho Bunny for like a boss fight, you might find one in like, I don't know, like a Fae campaign or something.
It'd be funny.
Like, how many of you have watched Monty Python Quest for the Holy Grail?
I was about to say,
yeah,
reference is required at least at one point in any tabletop experience.
Imagine a bunny boss fight that's like a tiny creature, but it has like 3,000 HP. God, that'd be fun.
All right, hang on. Let me figure out how to play these clips first. Hang on.
It has a chance to snap your legs off and it bites you.
Yeah. you lose a limb if it bites you.
We're gonna go over like whatever, like character creation, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna go over character. Yeah, I'm gonna go over character creation in a second. So
campaign selection.
I'm gonna play this thing for stream for a second. So I'm gonna mute the music bot for a second. So yeah. How do I do this again? I am totally tech savvy. Okay, there we go. All right.
Yep, Andy works.
There you go, Yana. You're all with it now.
She was here.
Oh boy. As you reach down to grab the hat, Seer. Rustling sound burst out from the right door. As a giant, writhing, viney mass, for lack of a better word, comes roiling around the corner.
Shit.
There it is.
Yep.
Ew.
And thus, we roll initiative.
Look who's out of position this time. It's me.
Push your people to the front.
Let's see here. Next one.
Moments
So from
before
what it
disaster.
says, I can use device
And-
so long as the weapon
And
attack
speaking
I
of
make later
disaster,
uses, agile or finesse.
So you could literally use that with your unarmed strike, I believe.
Yeah.
You
So
could
I
you
can
could
actually-
devise your escape.
Yeah, I can actually do that. You know what? I'm gonna fucking do it.
All right,
Do it.
be crazy.
So from what it says, I can use device so long as the weapon attack I make later uses agile or finesse.
So you could literally use.
Oh, that's forgetting. And then where's the third one?
Why did you type "vor" in all caps? And holy shit! Oh my god!
Oh my lord.
Protagonist roles.
All right, here we go.
All right, yeah. So I'm gonna strike it immediately and try and
Yep. Let's see here.
claw my way out. So do I roll damage
The rules
or?
for this are really complex. Son of a bitch. All right. You are successfully regurgitated. Are no longer in the belly of the beast. Back onto the ground you go.
Yeah, you just kind of see Artoria claw her way out of the mouth of the giant plant and just tumble onto the ground all covered in slime and stuff. Alright, that was that. That's what happened.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
Yep.
Yeah.
Spend me like Vor rules. Oh gosh.
What have I done?
It's legitimately like 3 paragraphs. It's not even funny.
Oh shit. Sorry, something fell over in the living room. We're good, we're good. No one's dead.
Disappointing.
The rabbit is getting his revenge.
Tell me that
Rabbit
nobody
knocks
has
over the
died
dollhouse.
today.
What was that about the dollhouse?
The rabbit knocks over the dollhouse.
Oh yeah, there's like a massive dollhouse that I'm sitting next to in my desk area. No, that can't fall over. It's like 3 feet wide at its base. No wait. Yeah, no, it's 3 feet wide about around at the base. So it's not gonna topple
I bet
over.
I could easily tip it over if I came in there.
Oh god, that thing is expensive. You tip it over, I will cut you. That thing is like worth more than like my entire like computer setup.
It's on you. I remember the basics of CQC.
Okay. All right then.
Okay, just awkward.
Yeah, that was awkward. Screw you. All right. So, I guess we can go into character creation and stuff now. Were there any like questions or things that you guys had questions about, like Pathfinder, the setting, whatever, like right now? Anything specific?
Not in general. I did a little bit of reading. There's more specific questions.
Okay, all right.
Later on.
Yeah.
I have a couple questions for creating my character. But
Okay, yeah.
Not.
Because I do have like a thing for like, kind of Pathfinder 2E for dummies, which is like it's just very really really basic shit. So
Ooh.
yeah. So we can go through that after. Let's do character creation then, I guess, right? That's what you're all here
Yeah.
for. Let's do it. All right.
That's what we're here for.
All right, let's
now.
do it. So,
Can't believe it.
let me collapse this. All right. So, I think I have it pinned in the game resources channel on my server.
Yep.
So there are two things here. One is the character creation guide, which I will shift over to here. There we go.
Open up them files.
Yeah. So one is like the main Mystgard file. The other one is the character creation guide. That no, I'm not tabbing to that one right now. What should I go over first here?
Campaigns.
Oh yeah. So let's do campaigns first. So the campaigns are all the way down here. So yeah, let's. All right. So first, let's talk campaigns. So I have prepared, I think, about a dozen or so different potential campaign ideas for you guys to pick. Some of you have
Still a
seen.
lot.
Yeah, it's still a lot. But these are the ideas that I have the most fleshed out and have ideas for plot for, should you so choose them. I think there are like 12 or 13. All of them are going to start at level 1. Because unlike 5e, Pathfinder is kind of works best if you start at level 1. Because it allows you to ease into things gradually, but you also don't feel like you're like super weak. And you already have aspects of your class. So like in 5e, at level 1 play, like a breeze can kill you. And you don't have a lot of your main class features yet. Not so for Pathfinder 2nd edition. So like almost right away, it feels like you're playing your class, which is like super amazing. That's like one thing I really, really love about Pathfinder. So like no matter what class you pick, you feel like you are playing that class already. And you already have a lot of tools available to you. You also get like a crap ton of feats. Yeah, all of these are going to start at level 1. Except for this one up here, Fortune's Favored. And the reason for this is because the way I have it in mind, it works a little bit better if you start at a slightly higher level, like around level 4 or so. Because for this campaign, your characters have been around for a fair bit. They are experienced. And what they are. So I'll just go over the campaign for you for this one. So the campaign name is Fortune's Favored, and I can start you off at level 1 or level 4. Ideally, level 4 is ideal. Estimated sessions unknown because I don't really have an endpoint planned for it. And here the summary is: all of your characters will be former Suits agents. So, what that means is the Suits are kind of like a criminal organization that was once employed by this really, really kind of shady corporation and kind of like did a lot of dealings in the criminal underworld. But several years in the past, the company was kind of raided and dismantled, and everything was kind of scattered to the wind. So your characters would be former agents that kind of survived the subsequent purge. And, you know, your former thieves, spies, assassins, etc. And you've either gone legit or struck it out on your own. And, you know, all the while trying to keep your head down and avoiding attracting too much attention. And the entire idea of the campaign revolves around either eliminating your former Suits comrades that have been hunting you, and investigating the activities of the company known as GenCorp, which is believed to still be functioning somewhere in the criminal underworld. So this campaign would be slightly higher level, like immediately. So I'd probably have you start at level 4, so you have access to like a bunch of kind of neat stuff. And one of the main campaign quirks of this one is that each of you will have a special item called the trump card, and they will be customized for each of you. Essentially, they function as something called a spell card, which actually Sven drew up a nice little item block for, which I will show you in a second. Yeah.
I've never seen one.
But the drawbacks to using a spell card don't exist with a trump
Oh,
card.
yeah, I just see some. Okay.
So let me pull up that stat block for a second.
So it would basically just be like a spell that you can cast like whenever.
There's like a limit to how many times you can use it in like a day or something like that. But they all have like their they all have their own unique parameters. But yeah, suits agents, they are all themed after cards. And your agent name is pretty much kind of like a play on your card rank. So like what was it, like say you're like the 2 of spades or whatever, your name is going to be like kind of like a nod to that rank. But yeah, let me pull up. Actually, I don't think I have it in the game channel. I have it pinned in like Spen's chat. 1 second. Yeah, so let me pull up the spell card thingy. So these are what spell cards look like. So let me.
This people, wow.
So I'm gonna post it in the campaign no mic as well. So these are what spell cards look like. There we go.
That's a
So
pretty
basically,
good
they are an item that are used like wands or spell scrolls, and they generate a spell-like effect. And there's different levels. For suits agents, the restrictions are considerably less, but they only have 1 rank, or 1 tier. And like they do something very, very specific. So it'll produce a spell-like effect. You can use it like X number of times per day, something like that. And usually, the strength of the trump card also depends on your rank. So 2 would be like the lowest rank, and ace would be the highest. So the higher your rank, the stronger the effect, or the longer it lasts. So trump cards would essentially be this item block, but with slightly different descriptions. So it'll be like a single tier and single effect. So that's what that will be. So yeah, that's the campaign. Excuse me. The next one on the list is Magnum Opus. Again, starting level is 1, estimated sessions 10. So for the summary for this one, you are a group of errands eager to prove yourselves to a guild that you're trying to join, and you've been issued an odd contract for your initiation. A new stage show has premiered in town to rave reviews, but there have been mysterious occurrences and disappearances happening around the theater where performances are being held. A theater that, strangely, people don't remember being there at all, but act like it's been there forever. So the campaign quirks for this one. There will be kind of like stage or audience mechanics, kind of like Paper Mario, and in regards to how you get hero points. So usually how you get hero points function kind of like inspiration in 5th edition. And there's a couple of ways that you can get hero points. You can earn them like the same way that a DM would give you inspiration in 5e. So like you do something particularly impressive or clever, you might get a hero point. Spen likes to award hero points to people for doing previous session recaps. Another way that you can gain hero points is just per hour. But yeah, for this campaign, there's going to be a slightly different way of earning hero points. So like if you perform in a way that's quote unquote in character for like the stage, you might get awarded hero points for pleasing the audience, so to speak. Other things, there's probably going to be some god lore and potentially Reaper lore. So that is that campaign. Let's see. Next on the list is the Cradle of Life. Starting level 1, sessions 10. So this one takes place on the island continent of Dendra, which is called the Cradle of Life. You are recent inductees to a guild charged with the protection, conservation, and study of the island. But all is not right. The plants and wildlife have been undergoing strange changes, and it becomes up to the party to help get to the bottom of it. But adventurer beware. The Isle of Dendra has been known to be home to some of the most dangerous megaflora and megafauna in all of Mystgard. Can you survive? So this one is going to be I've never played Monster Hunter, but I imagine this is kind of close to what that would be. Like hunting.
I'm pretty close.
Yeah, hunting big game. Also there might be higher chances of disease. Yeah, because disease mechanics exist in Pathfinder 2nd Edition, and they're actually pretty robust and interesting. So that is.
Way to die of tuberculosis.
Yeah, you can die of disease or like yeah, it's really fun.
Instantly perish of just omega cancer.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I just want to poke at that. Oh yeah, you can die of disease. It's really fun.
Yeah, it's great. We're having a great time.
Yeah,
I
so
swim in the ocean after and come out with amoeba just eating my brain.
oh my god. Yeah, so the way in Pathfinder is it works, like there are like diseases and afflictions that you can get. And like they're not instantly bad. There's kind of like a progression, so you have to make a save per day. And if you fail the save, it progresses, and like after like stage 4 or 5, you probably die. Not all of them you die. Like
It can get really bad if untreated though.
Yeah, it can get really bad if untreated. But yeah, so disease is gonna be a thing. There's gonna be some juicy god lore there. The next one is kind of like a bit of the opposite of Cradle Life. So Dead on Arrival, it takes place on the island continent of Terminus. So the Isle of Dendra is kind of like considered to be the wellspring of life. And given the cyclical nature of Mystgard, conversely, there should be a place where all life ends, and that is Terminus. So you guys would be a group of errants that find yourselves stuck on Terminus, the Isle of Death, a place where even the craziest of thrill seekers dare not travel. Cut off from all sources of aid, you must figure out a way to get back to the mainland while trying to survive in an inhospitable landscape. But in a land that's been largely unexplored, there might be mysteries and opportunities worth uncovering. So this
Destination.
so this one, lots of undead, for sure. Like that's one thing that's, going to be fairly predictable. A fair bit of god lore in that one. Next campaign on the list is Fortune and Glory. Test your might against the world's fiercest warriors in the pursuit of fortune and glory. Your characters are a party of errants looking to climb the ladder in the competitive circuit, but your efforts to make names for yourselves quickly unveil dark and insidious secrets that many in the biz would rather keep hidden. So this one is essentially, like your standard tournament arc, but as a campaign. So those of you who are familiar with Paper Mario: The 1,000-Year Door, the Glitz Pit chapter is essentially what this campaign would be. So one of the major quirks of this campaign, unless stated otherwise, most combat will be non-lethal. So the way non-lethal hits work in Pathfinder, normally you have to declare it before you attack. And if you are not trained in non-lethal attacks, you take a hit penalty. That will not be the case in this particular campaign. So, unless stated otherwise, all your attacks will be non-lethal. It's kind of like the same way, what was it, that adventure path for Pathfinder? It's called Agents of Edgewatch? Yeah.
Yeah, that's one.
Yeah. So, you don't have to pull your punches, when attacking. It just happens. That's just how it is. And again, much like Magnum Opus, there will be arena or audience mechanics for this one. And there will be a lot of criminal underworld lore. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Another interesting one. Falling Star. This one's going to probably be a little bit longer, at about 10 to 15 sessions, depending on what the hell you guys do. So the summary for this one is, whenever a star falls, the world goes crazy and goes to great lengths, seeking the place it lands. Strange planar anomalies called jewel zones. By some stroke of fortune, or perhaps misfortune, the The party finds themselves within one such area, and under the request of a mysterious patron, they're sent out to explore the jewel zone and find the fallen star within. But they're not the only ones aiming to claim the prize within, and many of their competitors are willing to use whatever means necessary to get it. Quirks for this one. Exploration of the jewel zone. There's a lot of god, jewel, and wielder lore. In addition to god lore. Let's see. Oh yeah, this one down here is an older idea I think renamed. Yeah. So the campaign name is Regenesis. This one will probably a little bit longer, 10 sessions or more. So a routine contract goes south when the party discovers the remnants of a long-defunct company known as GenCorp. But this discovery soon becomes a struggle for survival as you confront the horrors of the atrocities committed by GenCorp. How deep does the rabbit hole go? And what will you do once you've uncovered the truth? So for this one, GenCorp is essentially this setting's equivalent of the Umbrella Corporation. To just summarize it. So it'd be kind of like a Resident Evil type thing. Or if you've played Ragnarok Online, the Biolabs endgame level. So yeah, it's going to be a bit of a Biolab dungeon crawl. There's some GenCorp and Underworld lore. This one comes with a content warning. There's going to be a lot of body horror and like weird, twisted, and gross stuff. So keep that in mind. This is going to be one where I will try my hardest to squick the ever-loving fuck out of you. I will try to creep you out as much as possible. Because I am good at that. Here's another cool one. Empire of Steel. This one's going to be about 10 to 15 sessions, again, depending on what you guys do. So the summary for this is tensions are brewing between the nations of Stalberg and Romulus, threatening to reignite a war that ended more than 100 years ago. A neutral third party hires you in to observe, investigate, and hopefully uncover ways of diffusing the situation. But gears have been set into motion that will prove difficult to stop. What really happened 100 years ago? And is history really what people say it is? So this one's a bit more of a political intrigue. And any lore uncovered will be in regards to the Mage War, which was the, I guess the rough equivalent of what would be World War I or World War II for this setting. And you're going to be dealing with a lot of machines and constructs, and also giant robots. Because I am a bit of an Eberron fangirl, and that setting has something called Warforged Colossi, which are giant robots, like Shadow of the Colossus level of giant robot. And I wanted to use them so much for something, and I did use them in a Mystgard campaign once, or had it in mind to use in one. So you're probably going to run into something similar in this Empire of Steel. Into the Rift. This one takes place in the same general region. It takes place in the Riftlands between Stalberg and Romulus. When the Mage War ended 100 years ago, a great catastrophe struck the border between Stalberg and Romulus, splitting the continent in two and separating the two countries with the mysterious region known as the Riftlands. The subject of intense observation and study, it's been determined that the Riftlands are expanding and pose a danger to everything around it. Many who enter it don't return, and those that do return are dramatically changed by their experience. In a desperate effort to determine the cause, your party is sent in to try and investigate and deal with the situation. So this one, again, Mage War lore, Void lore, and probably unpredictable environmental effects akin to wild magic surges. That's how I ran it the last time I ran something in this area. I might do it a little differently for Pathfinder. I have not figured that out yet. Let's see. Yes, okay. So the Empire of Steel one, some people keep making jokes about Metal Gear. Yeah, okay, fine. I'll cave. Let's just call it like Metal Gear the campaign, whatever. I don't care.
Yeah, that's the best part. That's the best part.
I don't care. I hate you all. just
Come on.
Empire.
just
Duke,
tear
and-
apart my ideas.
Not tearing up your idea. It's
Make me
comparing it to
sad.
something I like. It's good.
Is it weird that I have not played a single Metal Gear game like ever? I've watched my
Oh, no, I
brother
haven't
play.
either.
I've watched my brother play, but I couldn't do it myself. I don't even know what the plot of Metal Gear is anymore. It's so
I
confusing.
watched a little bit.
No one knows
of-
what the plot of Metal Gear is.
It's like
No,
Kingdom
it's
Hearts
like-
level of
like-
confusing to me. Oh my god.
Play Revengeance, you won't know.
Yeah, I was
Pop
about to
culture
say, I
icon.
watched a streamer once play a bit for Vengeance, and I just all I understood was, haha, the cyborg guy goes slash.
Yeah, if you play Revengeance, you won't even know what's going on either.
Okay.
Yeah.
And those guys
Moving
said memes a lot.
moving on. So the next campaign on the list is Court of Wonders. So the summary for this one is: your party receives a mysterious invitation from a Fey Lord, inviting you to an audience within the Feywilds. Tensions are brewing between the various courts, and each one is scrambling to recruit champions. Champions for what? Is war between the courts once more on the horizon, or is there something else at stake? So this one is kind of self-explanatory. There's going to be a lot of Fey shenanigans, and if some of you have read my stuff, like lore or stories or otherwise, you know how I write Fey.
Indeed.
And this would be a campaign where I will fuck with you as much as possible. Because, Fey, while they're not evil, you have to be pretty clever. So this is one campaign where you have to be very, very careful of what deals you make and with who. Because Fey are very, very fickle. So yeah, this would be a lot of Fey lore, some political intrigue, and then there's some Abyss lore in there potentially. As for what that is, I will explain in a little bit, probably. This one is interesting, because I originally planned it as a book story, but I couldn't quite figure out how to write it, so I decided to offer this as kind of like a campaign, because I originally planned it as a campaign like years and years ago for like 5th edition, but I never got around to running it. So here it is. So this one is called Hell and Back. So the summary for this one is: sometimes the bad guys win, but what happens to those who are the losers? The party finds themselves in a strange place with no recollection of how they got there, or even who they are. But one thing is clear: you're not meant to be here, and you still have a job to finish. The group is offered the chance to be sent back by a strange entity, but this opportunity comes with unforeseen consequences. Party's memories aren't quite fully returned, and you find yourselves in an unfamiliar world where a lot has happened in your absence. So your characters must piece together exactly what happened before, and how you might make right what supposedly went wrong. What would you do if you were given a second chance? So this one is a little tricky because it is very RP heavy, and how well it goes depends on how well you can kind of play into the framework I've set for you. Like, there's a lot of things that you kind of have to there's a lot that you have to work with. So there's like a lot of god lore, world lore, potentially Reaper lore. But yeah, for this campaign, it's a lot. It's kind of a big ask, and it can be a little intimidating.
That's a good book plot, though.
Yeah, I originally wrote this with the intent of writing it as a book. And I think the way I had it before was I'd have a couple of different archetypes that you can choose from for forming your background or history. And like, you know, just as kind of like a guideline. Like one could be like the disgraced noble, or the lone survivor, or something like that. Kind of like a little bit of a tagline for you to form your character around. Your backstory wouldn't have to be detailed at all. like just really, really bare bones. Because the way it would work is that your characters would kind of like gradually remember things over the course of the campaign story. But then you'd kind of like discover things that are different or things that changed, or you'll uncover things that bring a little more context to what you do remember, and kind of help piece together the things in the story itself. So this one's a little tricky and requires a little more thought to write for me. But that is there. I'm offering it as an option. Let's see. I'm getting towards the end of my list here. Okay. Yeah. So next on the list is Wild Blue Yonder. Your characters are all members of the Sky Marshals, a guild charged with the protection of air and rail transportation with the mountainous country of Sheridan. Routine patrols, protecting farmers and miners, and thwarting airship and train heists are the norm in the job of a marshal. But this mundane routine is soon interrupted by a surge in criminal activity, and the party stumbling onto some rather interesting discoveries. In a nation where freedom is so heavily valued, it proves to be quite difficult to uphold. So this one will be a little more of a Wild West themed sort of thing. There might be some train or airship travel, and there's like a lot of dealings with the criminal underworld. So that's that campaign.
America.
Nice.
Oh god. And the last one on my list is Ad Astra. In the remote section of the wilderness, a lone tower, one of several across the world, rises far into the heavens. According to legends, within these celestial towers lies Babylon, the gateway to the realm of the gods. And if one can overcome the tower's trials, they might attain power and wealth beyond their wildest dreams, or perhaps even godhood. But no one has ever managed to succeed. Another group of brave souls attempts this trial, and whether it be for curiosity, research, or glory, can they survive and unveil the truth of this mysterious structure? This one will be a bit of a dungeon crawl, with a base, I guess, that you can kind of return to periodically. There's a lot of god lore and world lore involved in this one. And those are your campaign selections, you guys.
Wow. To be honest, I probably want to play all of them.
It is
I
a lot.
Top 5. I made a top 5, and I'm gonna post
Yeah.
this campaign. No, Mike. This is
Yeah.
my top 5.
I got about the same.
Let's see.
So this is like your top 5. So
That is my
Empire,
top 5.
Empire of Steel.
Mhm.
Okay, yeah, the Metal Gear campaign, Court of Wonders, that's the Fey one. Regenesis is the Biolabs. Hell and Back is the heavy story one, and Wild Blue Yonder, which is. Okay, I just realized that Wild Blue Yonder. I just realized that I had been watching way too many border security shows and stuff like that. So I think that's probably where I got the idea from. Oh god.
Discovery Channel.
Yeah. So yeah, I'd have a good idea how to run that. Alrighty, so Cole likes the God Lord
Look
one.
here.
I wonder why.
I do want the Rock. Honestly, the Rock would be cool.
Okay, so let me rank these things. Let me make a table for this. So
We're gonna make like a pie chart of the most wanted one.
yeah, I'm gonna make a table real quick.
Tally it all up.
So because I'm
Wild
terrible.
Blue Yonder for Cradle of Life.
Wait, which one?
Wild Blue Yonder for Cradle of Life.
Oh, swap it. Okay. Let me insert. Okay, so I'm gonna.
I feel like I'd genuinely be down with like any of these campaigns. It's just like
Yeah,
these are my
same.
favorite.
That's because I wrote all
of
the
them are
ideas very well, huh?
good.
You gave us
Yeah.
too many choices. This is agony.
I will say though that some of these do have like potential to like move between. So like let's say you manage to
Oh.
let me say you finish one campaign. Like there's two campaigns in particular here that can be connected. So I could run one right after the other if we finish this and you guys still wanted to play more. Like which one?
I do kind of want like a longer campaign.
I
to, like,
can if you guys want
finish the
to and
story.
you're able to. But like there's a couple of campaigns that for sure can be connected, like Empire of Steel and Into the Rift. They take place on like the same continent and generally the same region. So I could chain them together, which is kind of what I had in mind of being able to do if I
So basically, we'd face trauma and then face more trauma afterward.
Yes. A good way to like to start off this discussion is like sort of what everybody wants out of the game.
Yeah.
I kind of want to like. I like goofs. I think goofs are fun, but I also like want to put in like effort to like a character and like
Mhm.
some good RP moments.
I really like exploration. I just really like that stuff.
Exploring is very fun. Yeah.
I really love exploration.
Give me the knowledge.
Knowledge.
That's
Sorry.
just-
No.
yeah, that's just my favorite. Sorry, I don't get to play often.
So what's everybody else thinking?
Hold this too. I like Regenesis as a number one, but
Well, I think the question's more geared toward like in like gameplay in general. What are you looking for?
Yeah.
Yeah, like there's some where I can offer a little more combat. In general, I am again a very RP and story heavy GM. So like RP opportunities, I wouldn't worry about it. Like, even though I set like an estimate of 10 sessions for each of these campaigns, I'm more than happy to go longer. Like, depending on what you guys do, throughout the campaign, I am more than happy to extend it. Only reason I kind of set myself a budget for 10 is like to be able to kind of have like an endpoint for like a particular story. Because it's kind of like how when I'm writing my books, I budget myself in terms of like word count and chapters.
That's understandable.
Yeah, because otherwise, like I kind of run the risk of being too wordy. Like I'm very much a person who is less is more. You don't want to overstay your welcome. So let's see, Empire of Steel. See, Falling Stars on there.
Now comes the definitely most important and definitely serious, not a joke question for the campaigns.
Mhm.
Which of the campaigns will end with us in a book?
Which of them will end up with you in a book?
Probably one that takes place in like Arcadia.
Oh, you're talking about like actual like me writing stuff. Oh, okay.
I'm not actually expecting an answer.
So to be perfectly honest, let me pull up my map 1 second. Did I post my map? I did not post my map, so I will do that.
Where's the map?
Yeah, I'll post it. 1 second. I should organize my files better. Pictures. Current Chronicle stuff. Where's my map? Where are you? There you are. So posting in game resources, and I'll pull it up for. Yeah, there we go. Here. Did you put it on a globe? Yeah. So, my first two books, one of which I've written and the other one that I'm currently writing, they take place in Arcadia, which is this country here. So if like you were to run into characters from the books, any campaign that takes place in Arcadia here is likely, particularly in the town of Farhaven, which is where the first two books are set. That it's like a small town, like around here-ish. Yeah, right here where the lake is almost. So yeah, that's where all of my book characters are currently based. Of the campaign ideas that I have written, most of them I have kept deliberately vague and as generic as possible. That way I can place them literally anywhere.
You can place them literally anywhere on the map.
Yeah, I can place them literally anywhere. There's some stuff that's in Sheridan, which is here. There's like the two campaigns that are in like Stalberg and Romulus here. Riftlands are here in the middle. The Fae campaign can literally happen again anywhere. That is also a campaign where you could potentially run into characters from my books for certain reasons.
Obvious reasons.
For obvious reasons. Oh, I meant to write a campaign for Immernacht here, but I didn't add it because that'd be more of a high level one, I think.
Yeah, that may be another like, oh gosh, dangerous
Right.
mission.
So let's see. There's the campaign Interminus up here and Dendra down here. Yeah. So like, if you wanted to, I'm not saying that you are, but if you were going to run into, if you wanted to, or if you were to run into characters from the books, any stuff that takes place in Arcadia or like the Feywilds, that is incredibly likely. And then there are certain campaigns that deal with the criminal underworld, particularly the suits, where you might run into a particular character that is involved in that sort of thing.
I wonder who that guy is.
Yeah, I wonder who he is. He's like has a ref sheet or something.
He does not have a ref sheet. But yeah, all the other campaigns that I don't specify region are fairly genetic, and I can slot them in anywhere. Oh yeah, I'm still going through your decisions. Yeah.
I'm fine with anything so long as we get a good heaping of roleplay.
Oh yeah, you will.
Between the party or between other NPCs.
I don't think any of the campaign options are gonna be RP list.
Yeah, because like I am very much a RPDM. I live for that shit. So you know what? If you guys are really really dead set into like engaging in the RP, I am more than happy to engage you.
Nice.
Another one.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah.
I spent a long time trying to come up with clever names for these.
Pretty clever names.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
I think we chose. I think out of all us, we kind of chose like a big balance between campaigns. We like.
Yeah. Because like again, some of you have read my stuff, have read the lore, or my books or stories or whatever, so you know the kind of ideas I have in my style. So
They're pretty good stories.
yeah. Because like I have way too many ideas for stories, so this is kind of my way of trying to flesh out my world a little bit without needing to come up with a book story for it.
We'll come up with it for you.
Yeah.
Free labor.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about, baby.
And then we're gonna star in the Eric Chronicles movie. Easy.
I mean, this is sort of a TV show if you think about it.
I refuse to think. I'm sorry.
Wait, are we doing anything right now?
You know how it is. Hey.
Absolutely hilarious.
thinking I hardly know her.
Well, I think I know
I'm
which
so
campaign got the most
funny.
votes.
Anchor, I hardly know her.
Actually, two of them are tied.
Great. Looking like it's Cradle of Life or Regenesis so far,
And
unless there's
it's
one just scrolled slightly down that has all 5.
All 5.
Okay, there's kind of like a nice spread here. So the ones that have the most interest are. How do I fill these again? Genesis, Cradle of Life. You guys really want the Monster Hunter one? Okay.
I mean, it's exploration, but also death.
I might have been like exaggerating a little bit on like the chance of death in that one, unless like I fuck stuff up and accidentally kill you all.
Nice, accidentally.
It's an accident, right?
So let's see
Yeah,
here.
actually-
I'm kind of surprised. I thought Empire Steel would have a little more, because like I remember Spen and DG talking about it a lot for it too.
Well, I mean, we did, but still.
Yeah, and especially since I know Fur had a character concept. Okay, so
I mean, my character concept could still work.
yeah,
Hopefully.
well it'll be fine. Don't worry about it. So
It can work for pretty much anything.
And in the worst case scenario, you just make a different character concept.
Yeah, like it. To be honest, then like you'll know this one. I'm just kind of reworking crew.
No, I don't blame you.
Okay, though.
Might.
So I think I finished tallying everything up here. So, top 2 contenders right now, that had, the most interest are Regenesis and Cradle of Life, and then your next 3 are Hell and Back, Ad Astra, and Dead on Arrival. So let's see here. So, Cradle of Life is pretty much restricted to Dendra. Regenesis I can literally slot anywhere. And like if you guys wanted to run into book characters, that's probably the most likely one you would.
I think it's a little silly. I don't think we gotta meet him. But
No.
No, like
But Regenesis is
entirely a bit.
Regenesis is probably the one where you're most likely to kind of run into lore that's a little more familiar if you've read my stuff. Cradle of Life would be something entirely new, for the most part. So let's see here.
We got Hell and Back, Astra, and Dead on Arrival too.
Yeah, so those are like the lower ranked ones that were a little more were like the next popular ones. So of these 5, which ones are you guys most interested in? Like for for the prospect of story, challenge, etc. Because like all of these offer very different things. Regenesis would be a little more of a horror, I guess.
I've been wanting to play in a horror campaign for so long.
I won't play too much into the horror if that's not your thing, because Curse of Strahd, as good of a module as it is, some people don't really enjoy the horror aspects of it and turn it into a more pulpy thing. Regenesis I can spin either like straight up like horror, or I can make it more like pulpy action, like a la Resident Evil, like the movies.
Or both.
Or both.
Cole didn't actually vote for any of the ones that got greenlit.
Yeah,
I was
I
really
was,
sad
I
about
was literally like looking at the 2 that are green. I was just thinking, "Fuck you, Cole."
It'd be like that.
I mean,
Hell and
I'm
Back.
just making sure you're good with that.
Hell and Back is very much that one's a bit more political intrigue and like drama. Not like, I wouldn't want to say Game of Thrones level, but like kind of, not really. It's more like a political intrigue / mystery type thing. And a lot more heavy RP. Let's see. And Astra is an interesting one. That one would be kind of like, there's a fair bit of exploration, fair bit of combat. a lot of opportunities for RP, and like you'd kind of have a base to kind of go back to, back and forth. So like there'd be a lot of opportunities for RP.
At Astra, I feel like is like I'm getting major A-bomb vaults vibes, and I'm just like coming out of that.
I don't think it would be like a mega dungeon type thing. Again, remember that this is like ideally something I can fit like a story comfortably in like 10 sessions. Ad
Right.
Astra also has a link in another campaign, or like has like a campaign that I can link stuff to, regardless of which one goes first. Ad Astra and Falling Star are kind of like campaigns that are kind of paired. Like they deal with similar things, and I can run either or, one after the other, like fairly easily.
All right.
And then like
I mean, there's also
Empire
a
of
chance that our events in the campaign spawn a new campaign, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, very much. So like yeah, the way I've written these campaign ideas, they can be standalone depending on how stuff gets wrapped up, or they can extend somewhat, like depending on what you do, like go longer into like something way more than 10 sessions, or get spun off into a new campaign and you guys like wrap stuff up neatly, but then have other adventures, in which case I can either pick from the list again or come up with something new again, depending on what you guys do.
I see.
Yeah. So going through the list again, stuff that is probably more likely to be like standalone. Hell and Back is like the story itself is very much standalone, but can spin off into other stuff. Probably like its own stuff. Cradle of Life and Dead on Arrival, again, largely standalone, but I can spin off into other stuff. But the thing about Cradle of Life and Dead on Arrival, they are pretty much limited to those two islands, so that you are stuck there. But Dead on Arrival is debatable though. You can get off of it, but Cradle of Life is very much stuck to Dendra.
Well, I see. Here's what happens: we get off on Dead Arrival, and then arrive on Creole Life.
That's assuming you don't die in Dead on Arrival. Ad Astra for
apparently we're already dead, so
not really.
we're dead on arrival.
Ad Astra is the one for sure. That has a lot of stuff that I can like work in and extend, because for reasons which I cannot disclose, there's like a lot going on with it. So I think like if you guys want something a little bit longer, Regenesis is for sure. Like there's a lot of stuff I can do with that, because I have a lot of lore regarding that. And Ad Astra or Falling Star, because those can be chained together, one right after the other. And also they can be extended into much bigger things. So I am not trying to lead you, but yeah, if you guys want stuff that's a little bit longer, and has more potential to spin off, those would be the two that are best suited for it. And also with both of those, there might be potential to run into some vaguely familiar characters.
Vaguely familiar.
Yeah, potentially.
My favorite level of familiar.
Those two are definitely like my top two now. The ways to
Yeah.
find them.
Which
Really?
two?
Ad Astra and Regenesis.
Yeah. Yeah, no, those are both like.
All right, so
I already put my vote into both of them, but.
All right, so I'm gonna change the color for these. Boop.
EG, what's your thoughts on Ad Astra?
And Astra? I
Yeah.
mean, you know this band, it gives me Spire the Tides vibes.
Right.
But still, pretty cool.
I mean, is Spire the Tides vibes bad, or is that good? That's the question.
Are you guys talking about GSG's like one shot?
No,
Yeah,
that
I
wasn't even a
remember that.
one-shot. That was a campaign, and it just petered out sadly.
Oh, okay.
Big Sedka.
I mean, from GSG's one shot is the current character ID I have.
Right.
I mean,
That's
it's more
easy.
like sending a tower from base camp kind of vibe,
Yeah. So for
I'm definitely down for
both
that.
of these, I will say, They are both dungeon crawls. Like I won't say mega dungeon because like the way I have nothing planned. The way I'm imagining it, they're gonna be fairly contained and palatable. I'm not gonna. I know how much difficulty A Bomb Vaults has with like the stupid dungeon stuff, and I am not too much of a fan of huge mega dungeons either. They're hard to work into.
Right.
Regenesis is gonna be a tricky one because
It'd be more like a linear exploration experience. with some, like,
Regenesis,
in there.
yeah, Regenesis might be a little more linear. So like, because it's like a biolabs exploration thing. So like, if you wanted to be able to have downtime and like say buy stuff, interact with NPCs and things, Ad Astra is probably the one that's more conductive to that. Regenesis is. I don't want to commit to anything yet. It could potentially be an exploration thing like Ad Astra. But the way I had it in mind, at least initially, was that once you are in there, you are stuck in there. So shopping wouldn't be as much of a thing, and a lot of stuff for upgrading your equipment would be stuff that you find.
I think that'd be cool. It's like sort of like a visceral survival situation.
Kind
where
of,
you're
yeah.
stuck in there.
So it's largely up to you. If you want like the standard like exploration stuff, like being badass adventurers or errands or whatever, Ad Astra is definitely the way to go.
Yep.
If you're more for a struggle for survival and kind of like, oh fuck, how the hell do we get out of here? Regenesis is probably going to be the one to go. Again,
I
fair.
definitely see like Regenesis going into like a Doom plot where the virus or some shit in there explodes and like starts spreading all over the world, and now we gotta go like fight fucking like giant ass monsters. shit like
Okay,
that.
that'd be funny.
Yeah. Like, yeah, so Regenesis would deal more with, criminal underworld stuff, the suits and GenCorp. Ad Astra is more, general world lore and god lore. You'll get to discover some of the underpinnings of the entire setting. So, one is...
Ad Astra would be like classical like fantasy shit where you go and kill God at the end.
Nice.
Kill
That's-
and or become
Yeah,
God.
so Ad
Yeah,
Astra would
become
be
God.
classic like adventure fantasy. Regenesis is more like a survival thing. So like they're two very very different experiences. Like Regenesis is kind of like they're two very very different styles of campaign. So Regenesis is more like dealing with world lore that is more recent. And a little more closer to home because it's more about mortal machinations and stuff like that. Whereas Ad Astra has to do with like God's divinity and like the workings of the universe.
I
So
think both would be like super fun.
yeah, both would be
both-
super
both
fun.
for sure.
I have lots of ideas for both. Both have like a lot of potential to expand. It's largely like what you guys would want out of not just the campaign but also the setting. Is I have a lot that I've written, and I want to cater to what interests you. So like yeah, like those two campaigns deal with two very different aspects of my setting lore. So it's up to you guys. I will not lead you any further. But if those are your two, I will let you discuss amongst yourselves what you'd like.
I am down for any, so I want to hear everybody else.
Alright, so which one? Alright, so what do you guys want to play? Sword Art Online or Resident Evil 8?
Okay.
Ouch!
That does sound pretty fun.
Ouch!
I like both.
I couldn't think of like a.
Sword Art
fucking
Online is like
culture.
such like a low blow because it's not even like
I'm
right.
sorry. I couldn't actually think of anything good. I'm sorry, but like both of them do sound really cool. But like, I think I
Xenoblade.
would.
Xenoblade.
Xenoblade.
Like,
That's
like
what Ad Astra
Alright,
reminds
so
me
what
of.
do you guys want to play? Xenoblade or
Especially the
Resident
Becoming
Evil
God.
8?
Between the two,
I was about to fucking start going into Xenoblade lore. I'm not doing that.
Okay, alright.
Don't do that.
between the two, mine is definitely more towards Ad Astra.
All right. I see that.
Alright.
And as for me, of course, when I read the book, I really liked the whole underworld stuff that was possibly going to be going on, which is why I kind of want to read Reaper, but you know. Yeah, that's my take on it. When I first saw the campaign, it's like, oh gosh, this is what I want.
I think I'm leaning slightly more to Regenesis than Ad Astra.
Another thing I will
Maybe.
say, those two campaigns are not mutually exclusive. So, like, if you did one and you guys wanted to continue to play, who's to say that the other one won't pop up at some point in your future?
Okay, guys, we finally finished exploring this dungeon. Hey, how about another dungeon?
Alright, biolab
That's-
time, baby.
That's
I mean-
not how it would work, but okay.
We can do
Alright,
it.
We've become God. Now we go all the way down to
You
hell.
go Regenesis first, then you go to Ad Astra, and we become flesh gods. It's
Become
that
flesh
simple.
Oh my god, I hate you guys. I hate you guys so much.
Hey, you're the one who chose us.
That's true. You did choose.
I
all the
did.
gods.
That's my fault. Whatever. Okay. So, who
We
wanted?
should make a poll.
We want to poll?
Should I poll?
Let's leave it to the viewers.
You know what? I'll get on a poll.
Oh my god. No! No! Mind the horny, please!
Poll arm users, baby. Love to see it. Let's
What did you think I was talking about?
pole arm. What,
guys-
you've never heard of a glaive?
You guys
Like
suck.
spear?
I am so glad my husband is not listening to my stream right now.
Oh no.
I feel like the babysitter that's babysitting like a bunch of teenagers. I pretty much am. Oh my god.
Dude.
Babysitting teenage boys.
With adult DMs for teenagers.
One second, let me punch a hole in my wall.
In the drywall.
Okay.
Throw a controller.
But yeah, my
I'm trying to-
Just
Alright, so who wanted Regenesis again? Like like of the two.
me.
Okay.
I'm leaning a little more to Regenesis than Ad
Okay.
Astra.
Okay, so that's DG for Regenesis. I know Cole wants Ad Astra. Spen, Nate. What about you guys?
I'm leaning more towards Regenesis.
And Spen?
I kind of want to do Regenesis, honestly.
Okay, so you guys want to do Resident Evil, okay. Alright.
Once again, screwing over Cole.
Yeah. Yeah,
It
that's
will
right.
be like that.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's right,
so-
Cole. Fuck
I'm
you.
sorry, Cole.
Actually,
all good.
like,
I will say though, there are aspects of Ad Astra that might pop up in Regenesis, but like not like this huge of
Wait,
It's not as
artificial
huge.
gods?
No.
Oh my god.
So like there's gonna be aspects like the way I've written all these campaigns, there are certain themes and stuff that'll pop up most prominently. But there's a lot of similar themes throughout every campaign. So like there's gonna be world lore and god lore in like every campaign. Again, depending on what you do. Because I don't have a lot of these things written out in full. So your campaign will be officially Regenesis.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Mega
Hmm.
Regenesis.
God, I even named this like stupid Resident Evil movie.
You did, Cole.
I hate myself a little bit now.
The Re and Regenesis stands for Resident Evil Genesis.
Oh my god,
So we're
I
playing
will
tonight.
Oh my
get
god.
stabby like right now. Okay, oh my god, don't make
Literally
me.
gonna be the death of foe.
Yeah, don't make me
No,
regret.
this is gonna be the death of me. Apparently, I'm the one getting.
Yeah, you're the one dying.
Okay, so Regenesis. All right. So I guess we can get into. Were there any like questions or anything you guys had setting system, etc., or you just want to jump right into like the character creation stuff.
Hmm.
I'm good
Well,
for character stuff.
All right.
You're ready for character stuff.
You ready
We
for
can go
character?
over the PS3 for dummies.
I guess the questions are for character stuff, so yeah, let's go.
All right, let's
I'm
jump
gonna pee
into.
before we go into this because I'm gonna have to answer a lot of questions. I'll be right back.
Yeah. All right, let's go. All right, so
We might need a bathroom break.
yeah, if you guys
Seriously, going for, like,
if
2
you
hours.
guys want to get a bathroom break or go get food or water, feel free to do so now. And I will skip on over to like the character creation guide here.
Yeah,
And
food's
then
also
yeah,
important.
let me know when you guys get back, and we will continue.
Wait, let me-
Alrighty.
And I will, I guess, address the stream and talk to people if. Hello, chat. How are you guys?
Awful.
Doing well? I am slightly less nervous about this now than I was like at the beginning.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because yeah, I've worked on this setting for a while. Weirdly enough, I wrote Mystgard without really the intent of running stuff in it. I ran stuff in it like a few times a couple of years ago, largely because one of my online friends, he mainly DMs 5th edition, and he's the one that DMs the 5e conversion of the 3.5 adventure Red Hand of Doom for me. And that's the campaign I'd been playing in for like the past like 4 years now. And I play 2 characters in it. And whenever he gets burnt out on DMing, I would run stuff for him. And I decided that, I have this setting that I've been working on for like ever. So instead of coming up with a brand new setting for running games in, why don't I just use this? So that's how my very first Mystgard campaign started. And that one, it took place in the same region where Empire of Steel and Into the Rift take place. Except that campaign takes place about 100 years in the past from the time period that you guys are going to be playing in now. So there's not going to be any like history or time shenanigans. Like that campaign is on hiatus right now because my 5e DM is like DMing other stuff right now. So yeah, that's how I started running stuff in Mystgard. And I didn't mention it a bunch before. I only mentioned it like a couple of times. I think it was during like one of my lore writing streams or my writing streams in general when I was working on stuff. I think somebody asked me, "Oh, is this like can you play in this setting?" I'm like, "Yeah, I've actually run stuff in this before." And I think that's kind of where all this started, why I'm like doing this now. Cuz people got excited about it, and especially after Thousand Year Curse got released. It kind of like hyped it up even more. And like people kind of like love the writing, they love the setting, and the idea of it being something that you can play in and do almost the exact same things that the characters in the stories can do is very appealing. And that's also ultimately why I settled on using Pathfinder 2nd edition to run this, because it was the closest that I could get to character abilities in the stuff I write. Because 5e works, 5e is fine, but with like the sheer amount of customization and the amount of feats that you can get in Pathfinder, it's like this seems a lot closer to what I wanted. So let's do it. I do have rules for 5th edition, but I haven't finished writing those. So yeah, that'll be interesting when I get that done.
Anything in particular that prompted the storylines that you had in mind here?
Oh man, I have like so many ideas. Anything in particular? Let me go through my list again. Oh yeah, okay. So, no, that's not the list. Go away. I'm not looking at that right now. So going over the list
Wow.
again, like Ad Astra and Falling Star in particular, those ones actually stemmed from a book idea I have that's actually still in the process of being written. It was actually supposed to be my very first story, my very first Mystgard story.
Oh yeah, I remember
That
you mentioning that.
yeah. So this isn't really a spoiler or anything, but this is just a tiny little tidbit of free world lore. So god jewels are a kind of special kind of item. They're literally jewels that fall from the sky like shooting stars. And they're believed to hold a fragment of power of the gods. Because every god jewel has like an elemental alignment which corresponds to one of the gods. And if it's scanned, it kind of like gives off the same readings as, you know, divine energy. And so god jewels are very, very highly desirable and coveted, and people will go to great lengths to obtaining them because whoever gets one and attunes to it, essentially they're believed to hold the power of a god. Like they're not a god, but like they become very, very very powerful and capable of like really, really insane feats. So yeah, like one idea I had in mind for a story was that one of the characters obtains one, and it causes a lot of problems because it essentially paints a really huge target on your back. And outside of that, nobody really knows why god jewels appear on the earth and why they, or if they actually really contain fragments of power of the gods. And no, there's a lot of theories. There's a lot of stuff that I can't really go into because I actually did plan this out. But yeah, it, like Ad Astra and Falling Star were there were like potential stories. It's still going to be a book I'm going to be writing at some point in the future. Because like I had planned that like a long time ago.
I can make a guess, but I'm not gonna say in case I'm right.
Yeah. So, yeah, it was originally that campaign idea stemmed from a story that I'd planned to write a long time ago, and I'm still planning to write. But, for a campaign, it made for like a really, really good campaign idea. So, Ad Astra and Falling Star, they're connected, but I won't say how.
The star fell from the tower of Ad Astra. That's how I have figured it out. Someone got to the top of the Ad Astra tower and did the thing that you do in like the Empire State Building. Down.
Throw a quarter down.
And then what was it? Regenesis, and there's a couple of other ones on the list. Yeah, there's a couple of other ones on the list. I won't really say why or how. But a lot of the ones that deal with like underworld and criminal underworld connections. That's what I mean by underworld. It's criminal underworld, not afterlife underworld type thing. But yeah, like the criminal underworld stuff. I actually got the idea for Gen Corp not from Resident Evil, surprisingly enough. I actually got it from Ragnarok Online. Because oh my god, I love the lore of the biolabs area, and it's really freaky and horrifying, especially for a game where the setting is really, really bright and cutesy looking. And I loved it. It was really dark and creepy and horrifying, and I loved it. I love that juxtaposition. And yeah, I kind of got the idea for Gen Corp from the evil corporation in Ragnarok, which is I think the Reckenberg Corporation. Like and they have a hand in a lot of stuff that goes on in the Ragnarok setting. And as dumb as it sounds, like I liked having an organization that's kind of like the personification of the evils of mortal ambition and stuff like that. Like doing things that are really, really kind of sketchy and doing them because they can, not because they should. Or like they have initially noble goals in mind that get twisted over time as, things go. So, I liked that idea. And I wanted to be able to explore that a little more because I have literally like one character that I've written that deals with that sort of thing, but I haven't had a chance to explore it yet, at least not much. So as a campaign, I can flesh that out and have people play through it and discover stuff, and it would kind of help me solidify the lore a little bit more, that sort of thing.
It helps.
Yeah. So this is kind of like an exercising in world building and expansion for me, like helping me flesh out stuff. So regardless of what campaign you guys picked, I had ideas for. But you guys ended up picking a lot of the campaigns that I had like more solid ideas for, like for future stuff.
That's good.
Yeah.
Very nice.
All right, that's my story there. All right, so you guys are all back now, right?
Is Ben back?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So,
Are you though?
Are you really here?
all right.
I am here in spirit.
So, let's get into character creation. Yay! All right.
We have 2E for dummies.
Well, do you guys want to do like that Pathfinder 2E for dummy stuff first, or do you just want to jump into character creation and then we'll talk about like some
It'd be
mechanics?
more intuitive to just like make characters and then
Yeah.
like okay.
Yeah. So
Have
I
Have my path builder sheet made.
Yeah, so I think it'll probably be a little bit smoother to talk about character creation first before talking about like Pathfinder mechanical stuff, because that'll kind of go hand in hand a little bit. So sound good for everybody?
Yeah.
All right. So in the Discord channel, I think I have it under resources, game resources. So there is a character creation guide in there. You can go ahead and open that. Everything is very neatly organized. And if you don't currently have Path Builder open, I would suggest opening it. That is also pinned in that channel as well. So feel free to have both of those open. That way, you can kind of look through stuff as I go through it. Alrighty. So, this is just kind of a very, very free-form character creation guide. You're going to actually be building your character sheets in Path Builder, but this creation guide is kind of like contains like all the information you're going to need for creating your characters. All right. So name, self-explanatory. There are no naming conventions here. You can name your characters whatever you want. I tend to have a bit of a formula or a theme in mind whenever I name characters, but you guys can do whatever you like. Titles. Titles are an optional thing. You don't have to have them. You're probably not going to for your characters, especially if they're starting at level 1, but depending on your backstory, if they've been around a while, they might have a title. So, essentially what titles are, they're special honors that, you're given by someone usually. You don't adopt one, or you don't get to name yourself. But it's usually in recognition of your deeds or achievements. You only really see them amongst errands, or famous people, dignitaries, that sort of thing. And they're a thing that's very, very highly sought after by errands. And like it's something that's publicly viewable in your file. So like all of your achievements and stuff, you have a file. And like people can verify it. But your title is what people will refer to you as. Alright, so for actual mechanical stuff, we're going into Ancestry and Heritage. So, Ancestry in the scope of Pathfinder 2nd Edition, that is your race. And Heritage is your subrace. So going down the list here, I have almost all ancestries / races available for play, with the exception of 4. Because I couldn't really figure out how to reflavor them to fit in my setting. So to explain which 4 that we are not going to be using, Kunrasu, which are essentially wood golems, magical wood golems, I think, in Pathfinder.
I think Goloma is the wood golems.
Yeah, they're wood golems. So they're
Aeons.
yeah.
Like that.
They're aligned with Aeons, which I still have no idea what the hell those are. They're like it's like the plane of balance or something like that.
Yeah, they're like universal law enforcement.
Yeah.
Universal laws.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
guys know more about this than I do. What the hell? Yeah, so Kunrasu is something that we're not going to be using because as much as I wanted to flavor them as treants, I couldn't really separate them from like the whole Aeon lore thing. So that's why we're not going to be using it, as much as I think they're cool. Let's see. Fetchlings. Fetchlings are essentially shadow plane humanoids, I think. Yes, something like that. So yeah, I couldn't figure out how to separate them from the shadow plane lore, so we're not going to be using those. Even though I think their feats are kind of geared toward that. So we're not going to be using those. Goloma. I have no idea how to describe Goloma other than really hulking predator-like things with multiple eyes and horse heads. Yeah. Yeah, they're very menacing. I couldn't figure out how to get those to fit either, so not using them.
Yeah, PF2 has some weird races.
Yeah, they do. Starfinder has even weirder ones. And then the last one is Shisk, which are kind of like desert dwelling humanoids with spines sticking out of their body. They're like porcupine people, but like they're actually human looking with porcupine spines sticking out of themselves. I couldn't figure out how to flavor that either, so I just left it out rather to kind of spare myself the headache of trying to reflavor it. Okay. So going through the race list, you have the common ones, which are dwarf, elf, gnome, goblin, halfling, and human. Those are all self-explanatory. So uncommon stuff, you have the orcs. If you want to flavor yourself as kind of like some kind of giant kin, like, you know, Goliaths, for example, you can also pick the orc thing. You can also pick the orc ancestry, because the heritages under orc fit along the same lines. It's fine. Oh, excuse me. I'm gonna cough in a second. Aquarian. So in Path Builder, that is Azarketi. So that would be kind of like aquatic dwelling races. So like merfolk, triton, etc. That would be the equivalent for that. In Mystgard, they are called Aquarians. And if you want to play somebody who's like descended from the Fae or is one of the Fae, you can select Aquarian for non. Oh no, wait, no, never mind. Not. So this is for non-Fae aquatic humanoids. So pick that if you want to be something like Merfolk or Triton. And then you have the beastly races. So in Path Builder, Catfolk. They are essentially the equivalent of Tabaxi or Leonin in 5e. In Mystgard, they are called Panthera. Then there's the dragon ancestry, which is third party, but I am using it because it is in Path Builder. You can select it. That would be the Wormkin. I think they'd be like roughly the equivalent of what Dragonborn are in 5e. And then you have Gnolls, which are hyena people. Grouply, which are the frogs. Kitsune, which are fox people. Kobold, tiny lizards, or tiny dragons, whatever. You can flavor them however you want. Lizard folk are all other kinds of lizards, and then you have rat folk. The so that's it for the beast races. For uncommon, you have Arborian, which in Pathfinder 2nd Edition, they are called Leshy. These are tiny plant people, or small plant people. You can kind of flavor them however you like. They're pretty much just like plants in a humanoid shape or animal shape, whatever you like. There's some.
They're cute.
They're very no. They can be cute or they can be creepy. Because Pierre, who plays in Abomination Vaults, one of Sven's campaigns, is a very, very cute Leshy, I think, summoner. And then in Age of Ashes, there's the creepy. Elliptis, I think, played Crow, who was very much like a scarecrow-looking Leshy and looked really, really freaky. Yeah, there's a lot of really cute art of Leshies on Twitter. Like, there's this one particular artist that does a lot of them, and it is super cute. But yeah, Arborian is what they're called in Mystgard. You can flavor them however you want. But they are plant people. So let's see here. Moving down the list. Aviar. Aviar are, what are they? So in Mystgard, they are bird people. So in Pathfinder, they are called Tengu. That is their ancestry. They are more like the Kenku in 5e. So they are pretty much birds. Yeah, just humanoid birds. If you want to be like a human with like bird wings, which would be like what Aasimar are in 5e, you'd go down here for Strix. That would be your ancestry selection there. And in Mystgard, they are called Ikari. I know it's listed as rare here, but they're actually really, really common in Mystgard. It's just rare for the sake of finding it in the list in Pathbuilder. And then under uncommon races, we have Hobgoblin. Physically, they're gonna look a little more like the red-skinned hobgoblins in 5e because in Pathfinder they are blue. So for aesthetics, just go for the 5e version. Okay, so now we're getting into the rare stuff, which is very interesting.
Interesting stuff.
Yeah, this is interesting stuff. All right. So for these first two, they are extremely rare in Mystgard, for various reasons. So Android and Automaton. So, I don't know if I want to go. I don't know if you guys want me to go into the lore for these, but I'll explain what these races are first. So Android, at least in Pathfinder, they are very, very human-looking robots. Like, they're very difficult to distinguish from normal humanoids and, robot. It's hard to tell. So for this particular thing, for Mystgard, this is going to be the general ancestry for Iron Court Fae. So what the Iron Court is in Mystgard, it is a newer court compared to all of the other courts that exist in the Feywilds. And it consists of Fey creatures that are essentially reflections of mortal ambition and their impact on the environment. So like how every court kind of reflects the natural world on the prime material plane, the Iron Court reflects mortal influence. So, like, when cities and industry started popping up, you had the Iron Court just kind of materialized out of nowhere. So, they've only been around for maybe, like, 100 or 200 years or so. So, they're fairly new. And Iron Court Fae can consist of a lot of different things. You can have, like, clockwork knights or digital pixies or whatever. It's extremely varied. So if you want to be a Fae from the Iron Court, pick Android, but they are rare. So keep that in mind. So if you pick it, you should probably give you a really good backstory for it. Automaton. Automaton is a different brand of robot. So how do I explain this? I have not played Mass Effect. I've watched my husband play it, but there's like this race of like robots whose name I forget.
Who with the Geth? Question mark?
Yeah, the Geth. Yes, thank you. So automatons actually look kind of like that in Pathfinder official art. For Mystgard, you can kind of make them look like anything. They are my equivalent of Warforged. But automatons, they can be alien looking, or they can look more like armored knights. Because there is some lore behind that. I don't know if I want to explain. Is that spoilery? No, it's not. Okay, no, it wouldn't be. Alright, so I'll explain a little bit about automatons in the Mystgard context. So, you know the Empire of Steel and Into the Rift campaigns that take place on the continent that Stalberg and Romulus are on? Well, so the war that happened 100 years ago between those two countries, it was pretty brutal and bloody, and both sides were kind of doing whatever they wanted to win. And Romulus is one of those places where magic either doesn't work at all or works with reduced effectiveness. And nobody is really sure why that is. But to compensate for the lack of magic, they became well-versed in technology. But they also kind of harbored a severe distrust or outright hatred of the gods, because magic used to be considered something granted by the divine, and with the disappearance of magic, they kind of felt hung out to dry and kind of hate the gods for it. Not so much now, but that mistrust is still there. Anyway, so what happened during the war was things were looking kind of bad for Stalberg. So to kind of bolster their forces, they decided to create magical constructs, which would eventually become the automatons. But the thing about those constructs that they built them using slightly less than ethical means, because they couldn't quite grasp technology, and they wanted soldiers or mechanical soldiers that could have a little more independence as opposed to just following orders. They would graft the souls of the dead to animated armors or just empty armor, and that would be the automatons, and they'd be powered by like magical cores and stuff like that. But at the end of the war, and stuff happened to create the Riftlands. People found out how the automatons were made, and there was a huge public outcry. And a lot of existing automatons were either deactivated or outright destroyed. And the ones that weren't fled to the Feywilds and the Iron Court. So they are very rare. And I actually... the Mystgard campaign that I ran previously that takes place on that continent, they actually run into one that was deactivated for a long time. And they happened to reactivate. And he looked like just a suit of armor, kind of like Alphonse from Full Metal Alchemist. So that's how you can flavor those. So that's automaton. Flesh warp. All right. So flesh warp is an interesting ancestry, because in Mystgard, in Pathfinder, it can be anything that's kind of like mutated or altered, or like flesh abomination or whatever. In the scope of Mystgard, this could be anything. So you could still be like a creepy flesh stitch abomination or something, or you could be like the product of like mutation or like a medical or scientific experiment, or you could be a cyborg. So it's a pretty all-encompassing ancestry. So you can use it for any of those sorts of things. You don't have to be like a horrifying undead abomination in order to pick that. Let's see here. So under the rare races, there is Anandi, as what they're called in Pathfinder. But I call them Skitter in Mystgard. This is a race that I reflavored. So in Pathfinder, they are spiders that turn into people. They are not driders. They are actual intelligent spiders that turn into people.
That's new.
That's a new one, yeah. So I reflavored this to, they are underground dwelling insectoid people. So like they have a more insectoid appearance, not too unlike the Thrycreen from 5e. So you can flavor them however you want. They can be like ant people, spider people, mantis people. It's all encompassing. But the Skitter, they're insect-looking people that live in the Underrealms, which is essentially, what do they call it? The Underdark, yeah, in 5e. So that's my equivalent of the Underdark, the Underrealms. And the Skitter are native to the Underrealms, and their base appearance is very insectoid, but in order to kind of blend in better with, the upper realms, or, to more easily conduct trade without scaring people, they take on slightly more appealing appearances, either as fully human or another race, or kind of like a hybrid mixture between the two. So that is the Skitter. So you can pick that if you want to be a bug person. Then we have Poppets. In Pathfinder 2e, Poppets are literally just animated toys or puppets. For Mystgard, I actually turned them into something else. So it made a lot more sense to make them Sakumogami, which are objects that have been imbued with the spirit because they have been around and well taken care of for a long time, and have absorbed enough energy to kind of take on a life of their own. So they're native to Ryushima, which is like my equivalent to like Japan. In the rest of the world, everybody calls them knacks, which is short for knick-knack.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, so you can literally be a Sakumogami. So, like, you have like an antique fridge or something in your house that your grandfather kept for a long time, and you cleaned it and repaired it, and then suddenly it becomes intelligent. So you can be that. Like, or you can be like a little amalgamation of things, because, a fridge can't have arms and they suddenly sprout one. Anyway, yeah, so that's what Poppets are. Or in this case, knacks / Sakumogami. So if you want to play like an animated object, pick that. Then for rare races, we have Shuni, which I call Canids. They are dog people. Like any kind of dog. I think it says that their size is small, but I'll allow you to like go up to medium if you want. I don't know what ramifications that'll have mechanically. I don't care. Let's see. Then we have Sprite. Sprite.
Classic.
Yeah, Sprite's classic. You are tiny. You are a tiny fae. And you also emit light, I think. So something to keep in mind. There are like all sorts of mechanics for being tiny, which kind of can make combat a bit of a pain. But
you can't flank.
Yeah, you can't flank. You also, for some reason, can't ride other player characters very easily. It's a mess. But yeah, Sprite is there if you want to play it. But, like, this is different from like other fae races because they're small. They're very small. And then I touched on this earlier, but Ikari, which is my Strix equivalent, these are humanoid bird people. So they are humans with wings. And like their feathers will have different patterns depending on what part of the world they're from. So like Ikari from Ryushima will usually have black feathered wings, and they're usually referred to as Tengu, because that's actually what Tengu are in folklore. yeah, so that's the races, or slash ancestries. So in Path Builder, let me pull this up. So your ancestry will be up at the top left here, which you can select. So you can select any of those, that I mentioned, aside from the four that are not in play. And let's see, like heritage will be down here for which would be your subrace. So I guess we'll cover heritages a little bit, unless you guys had any questions.
I don't have any questions because I get the idea of the races.
Okay.
I get it.
This is a lot. So if you guys need me to pause anywhere or slow down, please let me know. All right. So heritages. This is your subrace. So like these are like regional specific things or like trait specific things. So you have like the half heritages, half orc, half elf. Anyone can use these, including if you're non-human. Normally they're human exclusive, but I'm letting you use them because I don't care.
Nice.
Let's see. Versatile heritage. Anyone can pick these. So Asimar, which are celestial touched beings. I call them Celesti. Yeah, like if you want to play like a character that's kind of been affected by like angels or something like that, that is Celeste. Tiefling, which I call Inferni. It's pretty much what you expect of Tiefling. A lot of Tieflings will have horns. They don't have to. You can have kind of like weirdly glowing eyes or like weird patterns on skin, that sort of thing. Whatever you want to flavor it, you can. Because Celestia and Inferni don't really have any set appearance, at least in Mystgard. It's more like the aura they exude. I have not come up with an equivalent name for these. Aphret and Ganzi. These are essentially people who have been affected by law or chaos. Their appearance can be very, very varied. Ganzi is actually really cool because it's like a weird, crazy mishmash of stuff. Like, let's say you have two parents of different races. You can literally be a mashup of the two, which is really cool. So that's those two. I don't know how to explain them more. Like appearance wise, you can make them look whatever you want. That's fine. I don't care. Changeling. Changeling is a fun one. So changeling, the changeling heritage means your mother was a hag. No, she was not ugly. She was literally a hag. In this world, hags are very, very evil and malicious fae. And if you have read Thousand Year Curse, you will know just how awful they are.
Yep.
Yeah, fuck hags. So yeah, changeling. There's a bunch of different types of changeling depending on the type of hag mother you had. A lot of times you might not even be aware that your mother was a hag or like affected by a hag or something like that. So changelings will have heterochromia, so one eye will be a different color from the other. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting things there. So that's changeling. I think you can also probably pick it if you want to be like any other kind of Fey touched race, but I have like specific things like down below, which I will go into detail afterwards. Okay, Dhampir. Dhampir is interesting. So Dhampir is kind of similar how it is in 5e, but in Pathfinder you are not undead. You are just kind of almost undead. And Dhampir don't exclusively feed on blood. They can. You can feed on other things. Like emotion, or like other things like abstract stuff like memories, color, that sort of thing. Or somebody's sense of taste. I don't know. There's like specifics in like the Dhampir heritage somewhere. Hang on. But yeah, there's a lot of feats under the Dhampir heritage that can be like what you feed on, and stuff like that.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's something else. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, that's Dhampir. So you have like vampiric aspects, and you need to kind of feed on something specific in order to like replenish energy, or it's like a compulsion or something. I think there's one type of Dhampir that like has an obsession with numbers, which is kind of interesting.
The accountant.
Yeah. You could literally be the Count from Sesame Street.
Ooh.
Someone's intrigued.
Let's see. Okay. So these here are all elemental races. So these I've kind of used as like a catch-all for elemental stuff. So like Ifrit would be for like any fire type fae. Oread would be earth type. Suli would be any other elemental type that's not covered. Sylph is air type, and Undine is water type. So like, let's say you want to play a fae. You can select any one of these depending on like what kind of element. So like if you want to be like a dryad or something, you'd select Oread here, or Suli, one of those two. Again, I am not very picky. Pick whichever one actually fits the concept you're going for. These down here, okay. So there's only one heritage I will not allow you to pick at character generation, and I can't really tell you why.
Okay.
Duskwalker is the only
I can see
heritage.
why.
Yeah, Duskwalker is the only heritage I will not allow you to pick. Because the way it's written for Pathfinder is that your character is somebody who is like the byproduct of a deal between like two psychopomps, or you're somebody who's like died and come back. I am not letting you pick that for a very specific reason, and I can't really go into details too much. But some of you already know, and if you read Thousand Year Curse, you'll probably know why. Let's see. Dragonkin is actually just dragon. Beastkin has like all the beast ancestries, and then Giantkin just pick orc. You're fine. But yeah. Let's see. So that's your races and heritages. Any questions? No? Yes?
I got a good idea of what I want to do.
You guys
I have an idea.
you guys have
I had a question previously, but after thinking it over, because I was gonna ask if like a non-Fae would be able to pick like the Airfreight Oread.
Oh yeah, you can. Like
But I realized later with the current character concept I have, Gonzi would probably work a bit better.
okay, yeah, sure. Yeah, like the only reason I specified Fae for these last couple of ones is because like they're kind of obvious. Like they're the elemental heritages. So like it's just more obvious for Fae. So like you can pick these for like any kind of elemental thing. So it doesn't matter if like, oh, you're descended from genies, or an elemental that took human form and like screwed your mother or something like that. Like those are catch-alls, but with Fae it's like in case anyone wants to play that. Age, I can skip that. Oh wait, so for age, this is kind of important. I have something called the Mystgard calendar. You will have to pick a birth date for your character. The reason for this is that this will determine your elemental affinity. This is like one of the custom things that I have. Did I post the calendar in the resources?
No.
No, okay, I'll do that now. So
It's directly linked from the.
Oh, it's directly linked in like the character creation.
Oh, okay then, yeah. You guys can click that if you like, or later. It doesn't matter when, but where is it? Here it is. So the reason why you want to pick a birth date on the Mystgard calendar is that this will determine your elemental affinity. And you want to select this because if you have access to spells or any kind of like stuff that does magic typing or spell damage, you can actually change the damage type. And that will be based on the elemental affinity that you have. So each month has like a different set of affinities in it. So you can select a birth date from like, you know, these months. And you can whichever month you pick whichever affinity you want to take. So I'll go into detail on that in a little while. So in terms of birth date, the current year in the setting is 2019 of the mortal age. So if like you want to give your character an exact age, that's the year that we're starting in. So yeah, don't worry about elemental affinity right now. You can select that later, but the Mystgard calendar is there for you to pick from.
Mystgard have a Y2K?
No. it probably doesn't. If it does, I haven't thought about it. I honestly don't know.
Here's the real answer. That Mystgard hasn't had a Y2K yet. You can change that.
Oh god.
We're waiting for like a Guilty Gear level thing where like so much technology exists that it like summons another dimensional being that would have destroyed the world if it came through.
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah.
So next thing on the list, for character creation, that would be your nationality and ethnicity. Again, you don't really have to worry about this right now. This might help you in coming up with your backstory and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you guys can like pester me about it when you're coming up with background stuff. Another thing that in Path Builder you won't really be selecting, or I'll be inserting, is languages. So I've done away with racial languages because that's silly. So the way I'm handling languages is that you will know the language of the country that you are from, and usually the country that you are operating in.
allows really easy for custom languages and stuff.
Yeah. So instead of having a racial language, you're going to know the language of the country you're from and whatever country you are operating in, usually. There are a couple of like non-regional languages in here, but I have like a language for practically every country here. And the way I have it listed is I have it listed where they're in primary use. So that's like their national language or most common language outside of common. And then I also list the places that you might see them or they're more regional. And then rare is for where you'd be hard pressed to find somebody who speaks it if you find one at all. So that's the difference between primary, common and regional, and rare. So depending on what nationality you make your character, you can just kind of like select from the list here. There are a couple of languages that are going to be very rare. Like depending on your intelligence score, you can also, have more languages. There's a couple here on the list that are deliberately rare. Like they're not actually spoken, but they're languages that are kind of like more ancient. So celestial and infernal, that would be languages of angels and demons respectively. That's more like an academic research type thing. There are no known native speakers aside from people who pick the Celesti or Inferni heritage. Skitter, which is the language of the Skitter people. Let's see. Underrealms primarily is where it's spoken. And mainly the insectoid people. I think I should have added Immernacht. People from Immernacht will probably know it. Let's see. Undercommon, yeah, that's the language of the Underrealms. primarily in the Underrealms, but people in Immernacht will know it because there's some history there. Let's see. Abyssal, language of the abyss. It's primarily a language of academic study, and there are no known speakers. So the abyss is essentially called the darkness below. So it is a weird, mysterious world that's even deeper than the Underrealms, and yeah, it is the deep. And people even in the Underrealms don't want to go there because it is that dangerous. But there's like traces of abyssal language everywhere, and no one really knows why that is. So you can choose to know abyssal, but it is like more of an academic language that people study. So if like, you have high intelligence, you can pick this. But most people will not know this.
It's a language you pick if you want to flex.
Yeah, if you want to flex, it's like knowing Latin.
Right.
Like there's nobody alive that
No one uses it.
yeah, it's like a language that nobody alive uses. It's it's a dead language. Nobody knows it. But if you know it, you can flex your intelligence. Void speech is the same way. It's the language of the void, which is the darkness beyond the stars. So it is like utterly alien. So again, you can pick this if you have a high intelligence score. I will not allow you to pick it otherwise. So like if you're playing an investigator or an inventor or a wizard, or any other, or if you have like really high intelligence, like I want to say at least intelligence of 16, you can pick those.
Alright, I'm taking both of them.
Lore! For the
Yeah.
lore.
I am currently playing an inventor, like that is my idea,
Is the
so I
shtick.
can in fact take both of them.
Yeah. Like abyssal and void speech, I'll only allow you to take if you have high intelligence score, so minimum 16. Let's see. So background, occupation, affiliations. So all backgrounds that you can select in Path Builder, you are allowed to pick. There are no restrictions. Although if you're unsure of one, you can ask me about it, and we'll figure stuff out. Let's see here. Let's see. What other things do you need to know? So for character creation, so up at the top you got class. All classes are in play. There are no restrictions. You can do whatever you like. Flavor them however you like. There's a lot of customization there. Same thing with feats. Pick whichever feats appeal to you. I don't think I'm restricting any. So yeah, Pathoser has it all laid out very, very nicely. Yeah, don't worry about languages right now. Because again, I have custom ones. And if you're going to be selecting languages or you want to see what's available anyway, I think it's like under details. Yeah, it's under details. In Path Builder. So if you go into like the main window, there's details and you can select languages. Yeah, so there's actually a thing for custom language. So yeah,
Wow.
so in Path Builder when you're selecting languages, avoid everything up here except for like maybe common and like the common, yeah, except for common. And then just input like the custom languages in like the thing here.
Right.
And then yeah. Does it not?
It works out.
Druidic, I guess.
Yeah. So yeah, it'll show up in like the sheet. So like let's say you have abyssal. Like you can go to the very bottom, enter it in the thing, and yeah, in the custom language box, and then click finish, and then you're good. You're good. Okay.
A quick question about languages.
Go ahead.
So if the language has like the primary, primary has the city or region that my character is going to be from, would I just pick that language like for free?
Yeah, that will be the language that you start with in addition to common.
Alright.
And then you'll also have well, everywhere knows common, so you don't have to pick like the language that you're operating in, of the country you're operating in. You can, but I don't think I'll count it against the number of languages that you can pick. So you'll start off with 3: common, the language of the country you're from, and the country of whatever you're operating in.
What if like the country like shows up multiple times as a primary language?
Probably choose between, right?
Yeah, choose between.
Alright.
So like
That's like a more regional thing. I did different.
yeah, it's probably gonna be a more regional thing. Yeah. I'll probably go into more detail with it later. I think the last major thing that's gonna be different in addition to like your normal character sheets or character creation. This one is a custom thing. You can choose to have it if you want, but trust, I think you're probably going to want it. So every character, or most characters, will have something called a gift. This is a supernatural ability, that just kind of manifests due to the abundance of magical energy in the world of Mystgard, and it is completely independent of any magical abilities that you have. So there's a bunch of different categories here of gifts that you can have. Sight gifts affect your vision. Knowledge gifts kind of grant you information or insight that you might not be able to glean otherwise. Matter is the control and manipulation of inanimate objects and materials. Energy is manipulation of energy fields or energy itself. Transformation allows you to temporarily change or alter the properties of yourself, another, or an object. Augmentation enhances an already existing property or ability. Luck is obviously luck. Space is the manipulation or alteration of physical distances or boundaries between objects. Life revolves around affecting or controlling living things and life forces. Death is the opposite. It revolves around affecting or controlling dead things or things that were once alive. Creation, conjuration or repair of objects or combining several smaller objects into a whole. And then destruction is the destruction or dismantling of objects into their material components. Okay, functionally, what this is that let me flash back to my main Mystgard thing. So okay, there's other things that I need to address too. So in addition to elemental affinity, you have gifts. So mechanically, this is something that you guys are going to have to kind of talk with me a little about, because I'm going to help you come up with this. So what your gift is like an ability that's completely separate from like your feats and magic or whatever. And they will have a minor passive trait and an active trait. So for example, what is a good example of this? So I have one character in Errant Chronicles whose gift is speed. So for that, mechanically, it would be like the minor passive trait would be like an extra 5 or 10 feet to your movement speed. Whereas like the active trait, which would be like something that you can activate once or twice per day, would be something along the lines of when you activate it, you are hasted or quickened or something like that. Or let's say you want your gift to be knowledge, for example. So I could have you pick like a skill or something, or a specific type of lore. And whenever you roll knowledge checks with that lore, you get to roll it like, say, 1 skill level higher than you normally would. So things like that. So like it's going to be very different for each of you. So when you're coming up with your character, like if you want them to have like a special ability or something, sky is the limit. I will work with you. I want to keep it kind of balanced. But yeah, whatever ideas you have for a gift for your character, if you want one, yeah, I will work with you to create that. We don't have to necessarily talk about it now because we're like, how long into this? We're pretty long into this. So that's something we can talk about, you know, in like further session zeros or whatever, or like in the time like leading up to like our first session, like during your character creation. That's something that, you know, we'll work on together. Yeah. Let's see here. That's heritages. So all of you are going to start with some basic gear that you're all going to have. You don't have to purchase them. You're going to be given them automatically. So all of you are going to have access to a radio. It's going to be an earpiece. And it functions as the message cantrip. So basically it allows you guys to communicate with to each other at range. But like you're actually talking. It's not like it's not how like message works in a lot of other things where you're like, oh, you're whispering and the other person hears you in their head or whatever and they can respond. You're actually talking to each other at range. And how this is gonna work too is if you guys are strategizing against something that can hear you and understand what language you're speaking, your opponents can react accordingly. I'm just letting you know now. So that's something to keep in mind. Unless like you specify that you're talking out of character and not in character, keep that in mind. I'm not gonna be a stickler about it, but sometimes I will kind of prod you about it. Let's see here. If you are playing a cleric, you choose cleric as your class. Cleric is a little bit different in Pathfinder. When you select a god, you get like access to a bunch of different things. I won't go into too much detail about it, but every god has like something different. So I have my god list here. Alignment is something that's very, very loosey-goosey with my deities. But a god will grant you like a divine ability that you have proficiency in, like a font of which is like spells that you get access, or they have different spells that you get access to, a favored weapon that you have proficiency in, and then divine skill, which is a bonus skill that you will have training in, and then there's domains, which provide domain spells, and yeah. So the main thing about clerics and your deity in Mystgard, your keeping within the alignment matters a lot less. The more important thing is remaining within that god's principles, and acting in a way that's anathema to their principles will kind of hurt your connection to that god. Yeah, so if you kind of repeatedly go against your god's principles, consistently, what happens is, like, instead of receiving boons or curses and whatnot, your god is just going to switch. Like, if you keep kind of like doing things that a god probably wouldn't like, your god is going to, like, the next time you like try to prepare your spells, you might actually suddenly find yourself with a very different spell list. So that's something about clerics to keep in mind, and I will be monitoring that. Yeah. The last thing in regards to character stuff, so in handling character death, beyond like the revivify spell, resurrection spells either do not exist or do not work, and there is a reason for that, which I cannot say. But if your character dies, you are not completely SOL. So if you die, which is like 4 death saves, not 3. If you die, I will give you the option to revive your character and continue playing. But this comes with a very heavy consequence. The exact details I'm gonna keep a secret until it actually happens. But let's just say that there's enough incentive there that you probably don't want to die. Because it might kind of mess with your build a little bit if you're planning stuff. So yeah, don't try not to die. Yeah. I think that's it for like huge character stuff. So did you guys have like any ideas for like character classes, your preferred roles, that kind of stuff?
Well, I got
will
one.
say, for like a group, at least one person wants to be at least like decently good at medicine. But that's about
Yeah, so this was going to be something I was going to talk about in like Pathfinder 2E for Dummies, but we are like really going long on time here. So one thing I'm going to say about Pathfinder and particularly combat, conservation of spell slots is a lot more important. You don't want to be casting spells like willy-nilly like you can in 5e. Because spells are a very important resource. And the reason for this is your spell slots do not replenish from just taking a long rest, because that's not really a thing. You have to actually rest for the day and actually do your daily prep in order to get your spell slots back. That is why you want to save them or use them wisely. So don't go hurling spells willy-nilly unless you're absolutely sure. And what this means is that out-of-combat healing is a lot more important, which is why you want at least one person to invest in the medicine skill, because that is your out-of-combat healing. Because, what is this? So in Extinction Curse, a lot of us built very heavily for support. So, my character, Artoria, is the Investigator class. But because Investigator gets like a crap ton of skills, I invested hard into medicine. And that was just so we could have like more than one source of healing outside of combat and to reduce our downtime. So in addition to the cleric, I took medicine. So cleric could heal in combat, along with our summoner actually. And then out of combat, I took a lot of feats and skills that enabled me to heal people and heal them fast out of combat. So yeah, that's why you want at least one person to spec into the medicine skill. Doesn't matter who it is, as long as somebody does. As
if it helps to note that I was intending to. I'm planning on going with an oracle.
Okay, awesome. So, let me add.
So let's go person by person here and like see who wants to do what character.
Yeah, because some of you.
I'd like to be helpful.
Yeah, so like some of you have like mentioned your character concepts to me already, so I'm just gonna note them down here for posterity. And you guys can change these at any point in time. Like, don't feel like you're locked in right now. If you change your mind and come up with something better, feel free. All right. So
I recommend we do in this session, because we're kind of pressing for time, right?
Well, not pressing for
concept. Well, not pressing for time, but you know, same. We come up with the character concept first, and then I can tell people how to do it, because you can basically make any concept you want, and it'll be pretty.
Oh yeah, like I play an investigator, which you know is like a detective role kind of. I even took the detective background, but I spec'd very heavily to be the out of combat medic, and it helped us really well.
Okay.
So yeah. So if you guys have like solid concepts already, I will note them down. So like
an example of some stuff you could do, you could literally make like a wizard beastmaster, or
like there's a lot of things that you can do.
Just be creative on the concepts. You don't have to worry.
Like our barbarian. in Extinction Curse has a pet. He's a Beastmaster. That wasn't his initial intent to build, but hey, he built it and it works.
Yeah, but I mean, he attained a cock. Well, let's hear it.
All right. Yeah. Okay. I get it. Get it.
But yeah, like literally whatever you want to build, you can. So like inventor, that's a medic. You can do that. Wizard with a gun, you can totally do that. Like, go nuts. I want to see stuff that's creative. And like it's very hard to create a bad character in Pathfinder.
You literally just need like 16 in like your main stat.
Yeah.
That'll be fine.
Oh yeah.
So
yeah.
who's first.
Yeah.
Well,
Go.
I have a little concept, I guess.
Okay. Shoot. Go for it.
I created like a few concepts based on the campaigns that I thought I wanted the most.
Mhm.
And since this one got chosen, I thought about investigator.
Ooh, investigator. That's a fun one. So
Possibly a flesh warp investigator.
awesome. Flesh warp. So yeah, if you need advice on like or want to know how the investigator class works, DG, I play that, so yeah. I can help you. The main thing about it,
anyways.
Yeah, the main thing about an investigator is that you have to be very, very careful in what order you use your abilities, because it requires using certain abilities in a certain order in order to actually perform well. So I can tell you all about it. So I can give you details later. So investigator, flesh warp.
And that's basically all I have.
Okay, yeah.
Right now.
So you can come up with the other stuff later, like nationality, elemental affinity, and gift later. Like you can start building your character, and then you can kind of like come up with a gift idea that can mesh well with that.
Yes.
Alrighty. Who else has got it?
About to meet the flesh warps at one time. Is that like something everybody knows, or like no?
Flesh warps.
Yeah.
Flesh warp would be something that's kind of somewhat hidden. So like they appear normal to most people. Like that's how subtle it can be. Other times it can be more overt. Like you have like an arm that's obviously not yours grafted onto your body, or you have like conspicuous stitches in places, or like you're a cyborg. Like you have like a cybernetic arm or leg or something, or like an eye implant. That's enough to qualify as flesh warp.
And yeah, I picked this character concept specifically for this campaign, so expect me to write some interesting stuff.
Oh yeah. Since we were doing regenesis, yeah. That's something that can definitely be worked in. All right. Who else has got a character concept?
Hello.
All right. So Cole, you said you wanted to play Oracle.
Yes, correct.
All right. Any other ideas you're playing around with there?
Yes, if you want, I can just describe like the whole like idea in general.
Sure, go for it.
So thus far, what I'm playing around with the idea of is a flesh warp oracle,
Oh
specifically the technological, heritage flesh warp.
Okay. Ooh, that's a good
even
one.
more.
Mm-hmm. With the intention of it having hailed from Stahlberg originally, and it was the result of experiments with technology to either extend or provide healing, which didn't go incredibly well.
Okay.
And that's why they have the mystery of life and then the curses involved there. And
awesome.
And
all right.
They're looking into investigating it a way as to how they can either remove the curses from themselves, which may or may not be impossible, and then also exploring how they can undo what has been done to them.
Awesome. All right. I love that. All right. So, so let's see.
And if you would be willing for it, I think the gift would probably be the gift of life smile.
All right, so we can work on that. Yes, because I do have a character that I have written that does have a life gift, so that's something I have actually played around with a little bit and figuring out how to make work mechanically. So we can talk about that while you're coming up with your character stuff. All right.
Oh, also, I'm sorry, I wanted to mention this, but like visually and aesthetically speaking, if anybody is familiar with like 40K Mechanicus like style,
Oh
of,
god.
like something like not exactly like the priestly-ish, but like that kind of like vein.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right. Anybody else with a character concept that they've got floating around?
Also,
Yeah, I
like,
have
also for, like, I don't know, Nate, if you need people to explain like classes more or something, you can ask anyone.
Yeah. Oh,
except me,
I actually
don't ask
have
me.
a class graphic somewhere that I need to
Yeah,
find.
I remember you had that last night.
I had it somewhere. The hell did I put it? Oh no, it's in my Twitter. 1 second.
It's somewhere.
The funny
know
thing
you're
about my
linking it.
Twitter, everything's fine. I can like open it up and like not worry about horny.
You say that. That's
I
maybe the one time it happens.
no, there's no horny on my Twitch or my Twitter that I know of. It's mostly there. It is. It's mostly good
Keep it out.
stuff. So I'll copy that. I will paste it to you in no mic campaign no mic.
Yeah.
So it's large. Be very careful. So basically, it is a breakdown of each class and like what they're capable of. So at the top, you have all the classes that have no magic at all. They're more like physically oriented. Then you have low magic, so they have some spell casting, but it's not huge. Moderate, which is a decent amount, and then you have high magic, which would be like all the heavy caster classes. And it also kind of shows like their offensive capabilities, how squishy they are, their utility, and also kind of like how challenging they can be to use. Like Investigator is one of those hard ones because it requires you to be very attentive, but also kind of clever. Yeah, or like there's like mechanics that you have to kind of keep in mind or juggle. So yeah, it's a very good graphic.
I think I go with Rogue.
Uh,
Thinking either Ranger or Rogue.
Alrighty, so Ranger or Rogue for you, Nate? Alright. So Ranger is pretty cool because they're one of the few classes that I don't know if it's this very specific build or if it's the class in general. But when you make attacks in Pathfinder, you can attack more than once on your turn with your actions, but you take an increasing accuracy penalty for each successive one. Rangers, specifically, I think Flurry Rangers, they have an ability that makes them take a much lower penalty to their accuracy in order to hit things. So if you want to attack like 3 times in a single turn, you can totally do that, and it won't hurt your chances of hitting all that much. And Ranger is also apparently really, really insane in terms of single target damage. Rogues, I think, are similar to Investigators. They're kind of like skill monkeys and more stealth oriented and focused on, I think, doing high damage from, I think, maybe is it flanking or is it like backstabbing? I can't remember what rogues do.
Flanking.
Is it flanking? Yeah. So rogues rely heavily.
Backstab.
Yeah, they also have backstab. Okay. Yeah, rogues rely very, very heavily on flanking, which you're probably going to be doing in combat anyway. Flanking is the thing in Pathfinder 2nd Edition. You want to do it as much as possible.
Yeah, basically you want to debuff them as much as possible.
Yeah.
Basically.
So, Ranger and Rogue, those are both very, very good choices. They're, those are really good for damage. One thing to keep in mind about Rogue, though, I think, their damage modifier is precision, which is the same as Investigator. So if you guys run into things that are immune to precision damage, like swarms, you are much less effective. Case in point, the swarm of wasps that spend sicked on Extinction Curse. I was entirely useless. Oh, that was fun. Oh yeah, that's what.
We gotta carry bombs.
Yeah. So that's one thing to keep in mind about Rogue. Like it's not as huge of a concern, but yeah, swarms are your greatest weakness. Ranger, they take much fewer penalties to attacking multiple times in a turn. So that's like both of their niches. Any other things that you had in mind possibly for your character, Nate?
So I was thinking, because I talked about this gift before, but it was like a blink ability.
Okay.
Like it's like short teleportation.
Okay. I think I can.
And
Yeah, I think I can make that work in a way that's not game breaking. All right. Any
just
other
like
ideas?
a disengage action.
Yeah. Okay. Any other ideas?
No.
Okay. All right. I think for it, you want inventor.
Yeah. A hobgoblin inventor, hobgoblin Gonzi inventor. Basically just with the gift being under luck, I haven't really
Under
thought
luck?
about what it would do. My main reason for picking that is because with the free dedication, when we reach level 2, I want to take unexpected sharpshooter.
Okay, I'll have to take a look at that. Let's see here.
Are we all gonna be ranged?
Oh God, are you?
Oh, got it. I mean, I'm going with the construct innovation. That's not going to be ranged.
Actually, yeah, no, construct is good.
It's going to be running in.
Yeah, construct is good. They're like actually unusually tanky. Because I multi-classed into inventor with Artoria, and Watson is unusually tanky. All right, so inventor, and then construct that might be useful. So, like level 2, you were planning on taking unexpected sharpshooter.
Unexpected sharpshooter, yeah.
Let me take a look at that. What is the class?
Where's the group? Look.
That's
the bottom here. I see it.
Yeah, it's I believe an uncommon dedication.
Oh, it's a skill feat. Okay, hang on.
Yeah, didn't you say that we're that is the
No, that's fine.
Right?
Trying to find it here. I thought it was a class feat. It's not.
No,
you are looking at, I think, class feats when it's a dedication for a archetype.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Also, you have free archetype off.
I do? What?
Yeah.
Hang on. Let me.
Oh, you know.
Where?
Oh man.
I thought I had this turned on. Oh, it's under character options, huh? Class archetype. Where's the free archetype thing? It's been a long time since I've done this.
Yeah, by way of, for those who are new path builder, free archetype is a paid feature.
Is it like add class archetype choice or no? Wait a minute, that's something else.
Yeah. If you have the free version, you won't be able to.
Oh no! Wait, allow game mastery guide free archetype. This one, yeah. That's it.
Yep.
That'll
do it.
Yeah, this has been a long time. Yeah, so yeah, it's a paid option that's under character options, but if you pick it, it allows you to start multi-classing with like class feats. Where's the unexpected? No, it's a dedication. Yeah, there it is. Under here.
Even then, I figured out a way to get around it.
All right, there's the unexpected sharpshooter.
It is the yeah, that one.
Get the accidental shot activity.
It's literally just me it's already me missing, but like the bullet like just somehow bounced. It's like those fucking slapstick stuff.
You miss, but it's like slapstick and it like ricochets a billion times.
Oh, that one! Let's see. Once per day effect. You make a strike with a ranged weapon, rolling the attacking damage twice, using the better results. Oh, okay. Attack ignores circumstance penalties. Oh, ooh, that's pretty good. Okay. Yeah, so I'll figure out how to work your luck gift idea into that, because you're already rolling twice and using the best results. So okay, all right. I think I can work with that. I can figure it out.
Alright.
How
And
to make that work.
yeah, that's also why I decided at the end to pick Ganzi, because like, what's more chaotic than luck?
All right, so Nate, Port, DG. I guess Spen, you're the last one.
Ah, man.
Last lad.
So let's go over here. Who has how many? Okay, so who's gonna be melee? Who's gonna be ranged?
I don't
I
think
can
we
do
have a melee yet.
Oh my god!
I think the only possible melee is Nate.
Yeah, and then Nate needs a homie to back him up.
I mean, Furret's going with the construct innovation, which can take over some tanking abilities, but you guys don't really have a dedicated front line right now. And I
might go a dedicated front
barbarian.
line.
and I will tell you that in Extinction Curse we have 2 frontliners. Our party, we have 6 people in our party. So one of the frontliners is a barbarian, the other one is a champion, which is the equivalent of paladin. Having a very strong front line is very important.
I can go barbarian.
No, like you got pick whatever you want.
Do whatever you want. Don't feel like you gotta do
Yeah,
anything or another.
like I will be balancing around your party, so don't feel the absolute need to take a dedicated, frontline class.
I mean, Rangers can be melee.
Yeah, Rangers can be melee. I think they're actually kind of tanky. As long as you don't go elf, because elves take a Constitution penalty.
Yes.
Don't go
There are
elf.
some races that actually give you a minus to your stats.
Yeah. Yeah, because
Almost all of them do.
that's how stats work in Pathfinder. Like it's a lot more structured. Because it's a combination of your race, your class, and other stuff. And you don't have to like assign them anywhere. And there's like a couple of free stats that you can increase. Anyway, Spen. Character ideas. I know you had like a couple. Rolling around.
I don't know if any of them would really romp around in this sort of one for campaign, so I'm kind of on the fringe here between a lot of stuff.
Oh no. The DM is having issues.
So we've got 2 flesh warps, which is interesting.
Friend.
I had
2 flesh warps and
onset.
one whose flesh is warping.
I had, let's see here. There was a summoner, but that one was going to be range debuff, and then there was a monk, which was actually a beat 'em up, in your face, like guy. I don't know if they fit well, so I'm thinking.
Spen is thinking.
I'm thinking.
Bonk.
Another thing, to like that should ideally kind of want to consider, for like background stuff for your characters. So you don't necessarily all have to know each other. You don't have to have your characters know each other. That's fine. Like I kind of constructed a lot of these campaigns so that it can go either way. Like I kind of, because errands usually function in teams, which is why. Yeah. So you can be like a pre-established team, like you guys already know each other, gone through like the whole meeting thing and have been like active for a little bit, or you can be like completely unrelated and just kind of stumble into each other for the first time session 1. I am fine with either. I'll leave that largely up to you guys how you want to spin it. There's plenty of time. But yeah, I can work with anything. And I killed the conversation. I'm sad.
No, I'm just
No.
reading through stuff.
I'm sad. No,
We're all reading.
no, it's
So many
fine.
options.
There's like a lot of stuff. I'm sorry, I wrote so much.
Right?
And yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I get a little chatty. We went through so much.
mean-
This is a lot to dump on
Yeah,
you guys.
I mean, of course, the published author purchased the Errands Chronicles book 1 out now. Would write a lot.
Shameless,
Good book.
shameless plug. Yeah, I think Spen is almost done reading. Did you actually finish? No,
I'm almost.
you're
almost
almost
What
done.
there.
chapter are you on, Spen?
I'm on I'm 100 pages to the end of the book.
Oh,
Yeah, last I checked in on him, he was at the end of chapter 13.
okay. I
Yeah,
see.
yeah, that one.
Indeed.
Indubitably.
Indubitably.
I cry.
Now, see, how many here have read the book?
I have.
I still need to get the book. Like,
I'm
it's one of
doing
those things I want to do, but just haven't gotten around to.
Okay.
Imagine not being a book reader. Could not be me.
Picking up a book is hard, okay? First, I have to pick up the book, then I have to open it.
Man, that shit's heavy.
That shit
Given
is
it
heavy.
to
Good
three
point.
other people, and they really enjoyed it.
That's good. Very good.
Golly, gosh. Darn.
Watch
Do you
your
want to
fucking
do you want to
language.
springboard for any of your ideas?
I mean, I don't find springboard.
Oh, I can just push you into the pool if you prefer.
Somebody throw character concepts at me, and I'll like think about it.
Oh
I
gosh.
mean, granted, it doesn't have to be like a now. It's like a month away. I can like figure
Yeah.
it out.
My gosh, rather.
So yeah, just to field you some ideas. Like yeah, you've read my book. You know who what the composition of like the protagonist party is. I mean, so you know have essentially what's a fighter, I guess a champ, maybe two
He'd be
fighters. I'm
more
not
of a
sure.
fighter.
Huh?
I think he'd be more of a fighter.
Like so yeah, there's like I think two fighters, one pole arm, one sword, ranger, beastmaster type, cleric, and rogue. And yeah, usually errant teams are most commonly 5 members because 5 is like usually very very easy to make like a well-rounded party. But not always. Because I think I had like another errant team in mind that would be like the focus of another book. And their team name is Grimoire. So who is in that one? One is I think a Dampier Gunslinger Sniper. That would be his I think class composition. One would I guess be an inventor with a construct. One would either be monk or barbarian. Uses fists. What are the other two? Oh, one's a gunslinger. No, wait, is it? No, I don't remember now.
When you mentioned.
Yeah. Anyway, there's a lot of different things you can do for team comps.
Any stuff.
Yeah. DG, did you actually?
Away group.
Did you have any leanings one way or the other, whether you'd be range or melee? Because investigator actually can go melee. Yeah, there's actually kind of like a build for it. And I think what is that? Which one is specialization that specializes in bleed damage? I forget which one. I think it's like the
Investigator is like totally viable. Ugh.
Yeah, because I've been playing a flesh warp, I'd be able to add a little bit more tankiness, I guess.
Yeah, because
Flush
Oh
Rock
yeah,
can get
because
some
HP
move
is
stuff there.
based off of race, not class, right?
Well, a little bit in both ways.
But yeah, I haven't really
oh yeah.
fully.
Forensic
things.
medicine. That's the specialty for investigator. I think that specializes in bleed damage. Oh, you get battle medicine too, like right away. First
Indeed.
level. Oh, that's good. Because
That is very good. Indeed.
I don't think I got it until like level 2 or 3. I don't remember. But yeah,
I mean,
forensic
getting
medicine.
stuff for free is good.
Yeah, forensic medicine is the investigator arc methodology. I think that can specialize in bleed.
Yes.
And oh wow, you get access to a lot of the really good battle medicine stuff. Yeah. When you use battle medicine on a success, the target recovers additional hit points equal to your level, and the target becomes temporarily immune for only 1 hour, not 1 day.
Yeah.
So
Oh my goodness.
yeah, that's actually really damn good if you go forensic
I mean-
medicine.
Pretty decent difference, I'd say.
Which one is this?
I
That's
think we may
imperative.
know our sub healer now. Assuming that you actually want to go that way.
I swear, there is like one investigator build that you can use that's a melee build and specializes in bleed damage. I don't remember which one.
Does it involve anything with free archetype?
It doesn't involve free archetype. It's more in like the feats and class
Oh.
stuff that you choose. But I think you can spec into bleed, for invest. So yeah, you can go either ranged or melee. Like, investigator is actually not too bad, as a melee fighter.
I'd have to build it though.
Yeah.
Definitely a thing to consider.
I also have to choose a heritage.
Okay.
This is all stuff I gotta think about.
Yeah, feel free to think about it. You don't have to solidify everything today.
Yeah,
You guys have a month. The other thing that I'm gonna need you guys to do, like whenever you're finished with your character builds and have them finalized, just drop the link to your character sheet on Path Builder into the character sheets channel on my server.
You probably need to tell them how to do that.
Yeah, okay. So what you do in Path Builder is once you've finalized everything, save your character, and then in the toolbar here, it's share copy of character, and there's a link here. So you just copy that and drop it into the character sheet channel in the server, and I'll just port it into Foundry for you guys.
These path roller seats can actually be imported easily into Foundry. So
Yep. That's like the bonus about using Path Builder and Foundry. Like, it's very easy.
That's broken right now, I think. So.
Is it broken?
Really?
Damn it.
it's
Yeah,
broken.
it's broken right now.
Anyway, yeah. Yeah, in addition to your character sheets, like, if you have, like, a very simple or even complex background written up, feel free. I am happy to work with you on that. If you need ideas or want details about stuff, I'm more than happy to help you out there. And also character art. So
This is gonna be tricky.
yeah, I mean, like, yeah, for character art, source doesn't really matter. You can pick stuff off of Pinterest, Twitter, Google image searches, or you can commission it. I don't care, as long as you supply me with art.
Crazy. It's almost like we have an artist as our.
Hey,
I
speaking
mean-
of commissioning an artist.
I mean, if you want to commission me, you can. I will. I'll do it, because I'm gonna be drawing up yaps for you guys anyway. When I do the overlay. But yeah. Ideally, I'd like to have at least the art a week before we start our first session. So I'll probably put it in the scheduling stuff. But so the latest I'd like your art would be the 7th of May. So
Okay.
yeah, like your sheets, they don't have to be finalized until maybe even literally like a day before. I could roll with that. But the art I definitely would like at least a week before. So
All right.
So I'll make a little
this. So I'm gonna have that done.
to-do list.
Hey Sven, quick question. Since
What's
you're,
up?
you're Mr. Pathfinder, you know everything
I'm
ever
the
about
guy.
it.
I'm the guy.
How important in like a standard, not talking in like a standard adventure is like the repair skill?
I mean that's gonna be how you heal your construct.
Yeah, you want
Yeah,
that.
For obviously, like I'm stuck into that.
Like repair and possibly quick repair if you need to really rebuild your construct fast.
Yeah.
I believe I took a haphazard repair first.
Okay, that's fine.
Haphazard repair is a one-action unstable repair.
Yeah, because if your construct goes down in a fight, quick repair or unstable repair is the only way that you can bring it back up. Because otherwise, I think it takes like an hour.
10 minutes.
10 minutes? Yeah, 10 minutes. So you can't do that in combat, unless you have quick repair or unstable repair.
And even quick repair, just the first level with only being trained. If you're only like trained in crafting, then like it's still going to take 1 minute.
I think I have a good idea of what I'm gonna do for my character.
Oh yeah.
Ooh.
Yep.
Oh well.
I'm gonna discuss the business details behind door.
Oh no.
Oh,
I'm
I
going to
bet-
do a-
I
Alright,
have an idea.
Oh
I'm
no.
gonna do the guess. I'm gonna do this. Hear me out, okay? This is gonna be crazy.
Oh no.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to do either a Magus or fighter male human. I know, it's like, it's
Oh,
like
oh my
You're gonna play-
goodness.
I
You're gonna
know,
play a
get
Magus?
that.
Sauce a Magus?
Sus is a Mogus. Yeah, I know, get this. It's a character. And they have a sword. It's a sword
So
character.
original.
Yeah.
Also, the things that I have listed here, like under each of your names, those are the main things that you want to really hammer down. Particularly the last 3 things here. Once you're finalizing your character concepts. Gifts you'll have to discuss with me, because I'll be working with you to build it and also balance it, so that it's not too overpowered. Elemental affinity you can pick. Nationality you can pick whatever. But if there are any countries that you want to know about, feel free to ask. I can talk about them, show you where they are, what they're about, what they're like, things like that. You don't have to worry about it now. You can do that when you're like coming up with your character background or whatever. But yeah. So these things here under each of your names, those are the main details I'd like you to focus on. Once we kind of close things out for the day, if you haven't like nailed things down. Yeah, think about those things primarily. Yeah, go from there. It fell down.
Alright, I actually think I got a lot of concepts done in like the span of 5 seconds. Alright.
All right, what you got?
How many
It's
of
a-
them are
it's gonna be-
human
it's
males?
It's going to be a human fighter.
Okay, human
Oh,
fighter.
I know.
Yep.
And I think. No, I just darn think. The affinity is going to be Shadow.
Oh,
hear
no.
me out.
Okay.
Affinity is Shadow. And I think. I'm looking at the gifts real quick.
Yep.
Explain to me the difference between transformation and augmentation.
So, I had it written down somewhere. Where is that? Oh, okay. I actually had examples written down. 1 second. I have like entire lore documents for this shit. 1 second.
I think I'm leaning towards augmentation.
Augmentation. Huh?
Okay. So transformation would be things like being able to shapeshift, or camouflage. It's stuff that you don't already have, but you can make yourself have. Augmentation is like a quality you already have. You're just amping it up. So like the examples that I have here would be like swiftness, like increases your running speed. Strength would increase your strength. Precision would make you like extremely accurate, that sort of thing. So and transformation would be stuff like shapeshifting, camouflage, mimicry, that sort of thing. You're taking a property from something else and you're giving it to yourself. Augmentation is something you already have. You're just making better. So that's the difference. Oh. So, like, was there anything in particular you wanted to be able to do? That's the thing.
Combat power up.
Yeah,
Ben.
that's very specific.
Yes.
Ben.
My final form.
Yeah.
I need you
Forgive
to
me,
answer.
Sensei. I must go out just this once.
I will.
You answer this question, Ben. I need an honest answer. Are you gonna go
What?
versatile heritage fighter?
Actually, no. It's probably gonna be. Yeah, it might. But I'm leaning towards like half elf.
Okay.
So,
I was just wondering.
Spen.
For some versatile.
Spen.
What's up?
So, since you picked fighter as your class and you want like a more combat useful gift, so there's one that I can think of that might be useful. So, I don't know what category I'd file it under, but shielding is probably one. So, I could probably have that say like passively increase like your AC or something. And then as like the active, you'd be able to cast like the shield spell, but you can apply it to anyone, not just yourself.
Oh wow.
Ooh.
Yeah. So
Is there a range on it?
there'd probably be a range on it, but and there'd be a limited number of uses per day. But if you wanted like a useful combat gift and you want to be the tank, that'd be a good one to have. Because that'd fall under like protecting your allies or whatever.
I think I'd be a tank in the sense I'd thrash the shit out of people before they could stand up.
I mean, if they never swing, you
Yeah,
never
if
get
they
hit.
don't swing, then they don't
Just-
get hit.
Just keep them prone, easy.
I will keep them prone very easily.
Or I'm trying to think of something that's more offensive rather than defensive. Like you
I
want to
mean,
be
make
more
defensive real.
like you want to be more of an offensive fighter than a defensive one.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Let me think.
Oh, I
I might
thought.
end
I
up
thought
being defensive anyway, just because out of the nature of it. But yeah.
oh, hey, Fo, I thought of an offensive fighter idea.
Yeah.
An active like gift ability could be making it where one attack does not take map.
Oh yeah, I
That's
can do
too
that.
strong. That's too. That's
No.
too strong and also a little boring.
I'm trying to think. Like, I think the
So like
spell.
for like a once per day thing. Like
Yeah. There's one that I was thinking about, but I don't know how broken it is. Because there's, I forget what the True Strike spell does. I forgot,
Oh, you just make your character have comma as their first three letters in the name.
wait, what was that?
It's over. That's curtains. It's all gone, man.
Well, specifically, it's a reference to Kumai.
Oh.
Okay.
But yes, you can meme on it if you want. That's up to you.
I might meme on it.
oh, you
I
already
just might.
you already pumped this out, Cole, huh?
Yeah, he's doing crazy shit. I respect. Oh my god, he's got the entire sheet filled out.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I mean, there's this. You could do it. You could do it as PDF, of course, but I think it'd be preferred if you click on share copy of character.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fair. I didn't see that.
Oh my god, Cole's
And then you
already
link that.
finished. Yeah.
Oh my fucking
What
god.
I think I
Cole.
mostly done.
Oh, let's see.
Almost.
Here. True Strike.
Or, I'm not
There,
gonna meme
you-
on it that much because actually it's like a super cool character, but yeah.
I don't know if giving you True Strike is kind of like your active, like X number of times per day would be. It's essentially like the luck. It's like the lucky ability, in 5e True Strike. Basically, anytime you roll your attack, when it's active, you roll twice and take the better of the two.
Oh, I think I'm actually gonna talk to you about the gift and stuff.
Yeah,
Because it's all gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun.
yeah.
It's all
We'll have
fun.
to work it out in detail, but I'll make a note that you'd prefer an offensive one that fits with your class.
I got some fun ideas as well, but those shall wait. until I have more things solidified.
DG, as an investigator, you are the skill monkey. Like, because by default, you get access to a shit ton of skills.
Yes.
So yeah, you can actually take medicine and like whatever the hell else you want. You're gonna have more skills than you know what to do with. I'm not even joking.
Yep, I've seen your stuff.
Yeah,
I know.
you've seen what I've done with Artoria, because I actually have her sheet here, which I'll pull up now. So this is Artoria, who's level 3. This is my skill list.
So me.
Yeah,
The
I think
next
there's
skill list.
only like 4 skills that I am not trained in.
Yeah,
Yep,
it's
I
because when
see
a
that.
spelling bee.
What I want.
Look at all that crafting and medicine. Wow.
Yeah, crafting and medicine are my highest. Oh, actually, no, medicine's not even that high. I have like underworld lore, occultism, and society like super high.
It looks like your crafting is highest.
Yeah, my crafting is highest, which I'm never gonna be able to use.
Crafting's an int skill, right?
Crafting is intelligence. Yeah.
Yep. So that's why it's super high.
Yeah, I know that because that's one of my highest, like, with my inventor now.
But yeah, like if you'll notice, DG, my class DC is actually not bad for investigator, but I'm like range or not class. My AC is actually not bad. Yeah. So like investigator actually can tank a little bit. If you go melee, so it's not bad.
Yeah.
Except
I need to find what you meant by like the melee build for investigator.
Yeah. Oh, sure.
That's a possible way. Yep.
Yeah,
I'll probably be using your stuff as a reference anyway.
Feel free.
A lot of fun stuff to talk about now, don't I?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Just to make sure, with like starting inventory, is it 15 gold worth of stuff?
Yeah. So starting inventory. So when you go into your character, so I'm just gonna go to this new sheet here. Under like I think gear, you start off with 15 gold. You can use that to buy whatever you want or need. So like weapons, and armor and stuff like that. It's primarily gonna be weapons and armor. There are some pieces of gear that you will be given. So like what was it? The earpiece, you'll start off with that. And I believe a weapon jewel, you will start with that. So you'll be given those. Yeah, so the weapon jewel, essentially all it does is make it so that, I think sheathing or drawing your weapon is like only an interact action. But you can also literally hurl it at something and then recall it with an interact. And it'll be right in your hand. And disarm works a little bit differently. Yeah. It makes throwing builds kind of interesting and fun. Not that I know how throwing builds would work. I don't think I've seen one yet. But that would be interesting.
If some weapons are like tied to races, are they still like tied to those? So
weapons that are normally restricted by race, ignore it. You can take it.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, and if it's like within the cost, of course, would you allow me to start with an uncommon weapon, or because like I want to pick a gun.
Yeah, anything uncommon or lower in terms of rarity. Rare ones, if you're eyeing something, check with me first. And if it's something that kind of fits, I'll allow it.
I mean, I'm pretty sure of the setting that guns are more common than usual. So
yeah, guns are extremely common.
As long as you have proficiency in it, you can have it. For a gun, of course.
I mean, guns are just guns share the same proficiency as like simple, martial, or advanced. Thankfully.
So yeah, basically in this setting, you can have guns. and not have to worry about rarity.
Yeah, don't worry about rarity with guns because they're really common. One thing to keep in mind about anything that uses ammo, that will be tracked. And if you're using guns, please keep track of your shots. I can't keep track of them for you. Although I think
use the module.
unless I think Foundry does have a module where it keeps track of it for you. Because right now, with Artoria, I have a gun. But I have to reload like either every 2 shots or until like I think every 2 shots I have to reload. Because it allows me to reload 2 shots at a time. So whenever I get low, I just reload. So you have to keep track of your reloads and your ammo. And I just do that in like Notepad or something.
Lol.
Nice.
I wouldn't be surprised if we found a 3D printer this dungeon that gave us a ton of stuff. That might actually be a thing. I don't know.
Oh my god, Cole, you're squishy. 15 AC.
Squishy boy.
Gotta change her. Ain't got no shield or nothing. No dex. Clunky boy.
I mean, you can have a shield, but the shields work a little bit differently in Pathfinder. So in 5e, shields give you a passive bonus to AC. In Pathfinder, in order to get that AC bonus, or I don't think it's an AC bonus, is it, Spen, with shields?
Yeah, it's an AC bonus.
So yeah,
It is an AC
so
bonus.
shields in Pathfinder, they do give you an AC bonus, but it is an active. So in order to get that bonus from the shield, you have to raise it, which costs an action. So it requires a little bit more tactical planning, so you can't just have a shield and then, oh hey, I have +1 AC all the time. You have to activate
Those
it.
are still super good though.
They're still super good. I think Raiko in Extinction Curse has one and she uses it a lot.
Yeah, basically, raising shields are good to use for your third axe.
Yeah.
Which, if you're not familiar, because probably not, Pathfinder 2e has a system where you gain 3 actions each turn, and everything you can do has a certain action.
Actually,
count.
Allow me to switch over to
Oh boy.
my my little my thing, which is Pathfinder 2e for dummies. Okay.
Yes.
So while you guys are still mulling around like your character stuff, I'll go over this real quick. So main differences between PF2E and D&D 5e. Pathfinder does not have bounded accuracy. What that means is that there is an upper limit for how much AC or what the bonuses will be, even for higher level monsters in 5th edition. So like the highest AC that something can have, like monster wise, is I think like 25 or 26 or something like that. In 5th edition, I can't remember what AC the Tarrasque is in 5e. It's like 25, something like that. It's low. Meanwhile, in Pathfinder, your bonuses continue to stack as you level, but the same applies to enemies. So as you level up, enemies will get more difficult, and their bonuses will get higher. So everything scales with you. So in 5th edition, you could be like a low-level party and still actually be able to hit something with high AC if you're very lucky. In Pathfinder, if you are severely outclassed by something, you're probably gonna die. Like, you have no chance of hitting it.
They're gonna crit you, and you're gonna just die.
Yeah.
A lot.
Yeah. So, that's why with Pathfinder, things scale with you. Yeah, you don't want to be too far out of that range, but since I'm going to be balancing stuff with you guys in mind, you don't have to worry about it too much. In published adventures, it can be a bit of a problem, or especially if you're doing experience leveling rather than milestone. We will be using milestone leveling, by the way, not experience, so don't worry about fighting everything in your path.
We don't have to go monster hunting. We can avoid all the weird
God! I'm not a fan of experience-based leveling. Yeah, so we're gonna be using milestones. Let's see. Pathfinder has rules for literally anything you can do. That's both a bonus and kind of like a detraction from Pathfinder is that there's rules for literally everything, but they're very wordy. Like so let's say in 5e you want to be sneaking around. You can just go and say, oh, I want to go ahead and stealth and like check around a place, a case of joint. In Pathfinder 2nd edition, the specific action for stealthing is avoid notice. When functionally you can just say, okay, I'm gonna stealth now, and then I'll say, okay, roll a stealth check. Functionally, they are the exact same thing. It's just Pathfinder kind of goes out of its way to have like a very specific named action for it, even though like just generally, I want to stealth will do. So don't worry about memorizing specific actions. Just tell me what you want to do, and I'll tell you what you need to roll. So sound good for everybody?
That sounds perfectly fine.
Yeah.
But my immersion.
Like
My immersion.
because otherwise, like Pathfinder feels very, very gamey, like very tactical war RPG kind of thing. Like, bleh. I'm mainly doing things a little more freeform. That's my goal. So another major difference, combat is a lot more tactical in Pathfinder 2nd edition. So monsters will have different AC depending on whether you have them flanked or not, for example, or if you have them prone. Which is almost exactly how it is in 3.5 and the original Pathfinder. So this is why flanking is very important. It reduces their AC by a lot. But it means you have to worry about your positioning a lot more. Cover matters a lot more in Pathfinder as well. And terrain. So those are all things that you have to keep in mind. Because, to use an example from Extinction Curse, we accidentally aggroed 2 rooms full of enemies. This is in the Hermitage, actually.
Yeah,
So-
for them.
So what happened was, we had our tanks split off. So there was one tile corridor that our barbarian was standing in and like letting enemies funnel to him. The other tank, which was our champion, we had her standing by the door, like and occupying the door, so to stop enemies from going into the room that we were in. It worked in one way and backfired on us horribly in the other. So that one tile hallway, perfect choke point. The barbarian just kind of annihilated everything that got in his way. The champion in the doorway did not fare so well. Because the thing about doors is that like if you're one person standing in like a one tile doorway, you can still have like 3 people attack you because they can just all gather around the doorway and just swing at you. It sucked so hard. So yeah, positioning, cover, terrain, all of that matters a lot more in Pathfinder. And managing your resources, like your spell slots. So, if you're a caster, don't go burning your spells like they're nothing. Trust me, you want them. Because if you don't have them, it's going to be very painful. So you have to think a little bit more about what you're using and when. Let's see here. Yeah, and Pathfinder combat has a reputation of being a lot more lethal. It is a lot more likely that you might die. You do have to make 4 death saves before like you die, which is a lot. But yeah, combat can be a little bit challenging if you're not careful. Also, obviously, as you've seen through Path Builder, you get a lot more feats. So in 5e, where like only certain classes would be likely to have opportunities to take feats, In Pathfinder, everybody has them, and they're all at the same level. So you can build whatever you want, however you want, and not really have to worry about wasted opportunities. And you know what? I like it that way. Let's see here. So that's differences. Okay, so main modes of play. So it's the same for 5th edition as it is in Pathfinder. So you have like your exploration, you have your downtime, and you have combat. So exploration is mainly going to be kind of like exploring maps, RPing with each other, NPCs. If you want to do certain things, yeah, you just tell me what you want to do, and I will tell you what skill check you need to make, and with what skill. So yeah, again, don't worry about individual actions or like remembering what their names are. Just tell me what you want to do, and we'll roll it. So when you're rolling skill checks or any kind of check, honestly, Pathfinder functions on fails and successes, but there's also crit fails and crit successes, which is if you roll 10 over or 10 under the DC. 10 under is a crit fail, or if you roll a 1. Crit success is if you roll a nat 20 or 10 over. And usually something different happens on crits. So crit fails are very bad. You don't want those. Crit successes.
Crit fail save.
Yeah, crit failing saves are very bad. Because not only will you get hit by certain abilities, the effects are usually a lot worse. If you crit success a save, for example, you might like completely shrug off and take no damage.
Yeah, like if you succeed saves, you might still get affected, but if you crit succeed, nothing happens to you.
Yep. So this is why you want to stack your bonuses as much as possible. So there's a lot of feats and abilities that grant you +1 bonuses. It doesn't seem like a lot, but +1 to a roll is also a +1 to crit succeed. So you're narrowing your chances for failure, but also increasing your chances of getting a crit. So think of it that way. Let's see here. So I haven't really figured out how things are going to go since I wrote this before you guys picked your campaign. So the way exploration is gonna work, have like a dungeon map or like just a general map. So you'll either move as a group or you'll have free roam. But if you guys are free roaming and let's say like you open a door and oh hey, there's enemies on the other side, I'll pause the game, so like nobody else can do anything, and then I'll have you like roll initiative or something, so that sort of thing. So, or if there's like multiple things happening at once, I might pause, move to like another, another person or whatever. So that's probably how it will work. It's been a long time since I DM'd. Yeah, or if you trip a trap, stuff like that. Let's see, downtime. So this will usually happen between combat and exploration, like on a town map or like a hub map or something like that, or just like a general backdrop. For this campaign, I don't think you guys are really going to have much in the way of downtime, because downtime is usually for skipping between like hours or days. You might not have that. So you guys aren't really gonna have. You guys might not have much in the way of like shopping, and most of what anything in terms of gear upgrades, I'll probably have to either give you as loot or you'll find it. So I'll figure out the details of that. That's my problem to worry about, not yours.
We craft it.
Or you can craft it, yeah. I'm handling crafting rules a little bit differently because Pathfinder is actually very clunky when it comes to crafting. So I'll figure that out. Don't worry about it. That's, yeah, my problem, not yours. Let's see. Oh yeah, combat. Let's see, rolling for initiative. So, in 5e you have like a separate initiative score. For Pathfinder, you're usually going to be rolling with perception most of the time, which I think is wisdom based. And depending on what you're doing and how you're doing it, you can potentially use other skills in place of perception to roll for your initiative. So, for example, if you're trying to be sneaky, and you're, or trying to get the jump on an enemy, you can roll stealth. And in effect, what rolling stealth does, like, tells whether or not like the enemy even notices you. So, like, if you roll high enough on your stealth, A, that's good initiative for you, and B, it means enemies have no idea you're really there at all, and will probably avoid you until you attack. I might also let you use deception, diplomacy, or performance to roll for your initiative if, say, you're, like, trying to distract somebody. So, in the event of a tie, enemies go first. Players who have the exact same initiative roll, you get to choose who goes first. Another thing that you can do in combat, you can choose to delay your turn in favor of an ally. Or you can choose to go after a specific ally in order to, make better use of strategies or positioning. Honestly, that's actually something you really want to consider, because there are certain abilities that work better if they're used in a certain order, so that's something to keep in mind.
Yeah, we do that a lot in our spin games. So
Yeah, in Extinction Curse, we've done it a bit. I think this will matter for you most, DG, because yeah, you have quite a few of the abilities that help out allies.
I
You use
realize that.
basically any skill so long as you can justify it.
Yeah, as long as you can justify it, you can use any skill, but you have to kind of tell me what you're doing. Like, if you're trying to distract somebody, it'd be like deception, performance, or diplomacy, something like that. Or like, yeah, if you can justify it, I'll let you use it. So combat rounds. So this is the biggest divergence from 5th edition, but it is not very hard to understand. And if you guys need any help understanding this, I can clarify, or Spen can clarify it, or even DG, because we've all been playing this for a couple of months now.
Yep.
Alright, so the way combat works is after initiative has been rolled and it gets to your turn, every single character has 3 actions and 1 reaction. Think of actions like a point pool that you have. And different abilities and skills take up a different number of actions. So, say you want to move, that is 1 action. So they call it stride in Pathfinder, but it's movement. You can just call it movement. Attacking, like with a weapon, it takes 1 attack usually. Casting or sustaining a spell, sometimes it's 1 action. Using items takes an action. They call them interacts, but it is an action. And rolling knowledge checks, that is also an action. And then like 2 or 3 actions, like casting a spell or certain abilities or features. So if you look on the side over here, so this is like the symbols that they use for telling you how many actions a given thing takes. So free actions, like with some investigator things, there'll be like a little empty arrow like that. Reaction, which you only have 1 of, is like that little like turned arrow. Well, I think only certain abilities and classes have that. And then like you have like the little
all your
arrow.
stuff in Path Builder will have like these symbols.
Yeah. All like everything that you can do that's in Path Builder, like for all your abilities, it will have these symbols to tell you how many actions it takes. So it is very handy that way. And you can plan out your turns accordingly. One thing to keep in mind about movement in particular, unlike in 5th edition where you can split your movement, you cannot do that in Pathfinder. So if you move your only like half of your movement to get into a position, that is 1 action, and then if you want to attack, that is your 2nd action. And if you want to move again, you have to spend another action to do that. So be very, very careful with your movement.
If you spend like an action to like do something like climb or movement related in the middle of your move action, you can keep the remaining movement.
Yeah.
Which is an important note.
Yeah. Like, yeah, if you're climbing or something like that, that's still part of your movement, but if you want to like move, attack, then move, those are 3 separate actions.
It also includes opening doors.
Yeah, that includes opening doors. Like, so that's something you have to keep in mind when you're doing stuff like that. Um,
So what you're saying is closing the door is an active good strategy.
yes, because it also forces your enemies to use an action too. And keep in mind, these action economies apply to enemies as well.
Yes.
Let's see here. What else? Yeah, some class features or abilities can increase or decrease the number of actions a given task takes. So, for example, DG has the Investigator class. There are certain features that make certain actions free actions. So, just to use the Investigator, let me pull up Artoria again. So Artoria has Expeditious Inspection. So like that is a free action, and you can do it once every 10 minutes. The best way to use this is right at the beginning of combat. You can use that as a knowledge check, because normally that takes an action, and you can do it for free at the beginning of combat.
Very helpful knowledge. Knowledge checks are very helpful.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're not gonna know enemies' weaknesses.
Yeah. So
Right away.
the thing about knowledge checks, you want to roll them as much as possible, because that is the only way that you can figure out enemy traits. So the trait system, which is not really inherent in 5e, is like standard in Pathfinder. A lot of enemies have like traits or abilities, and rolling recall knowledge checks will allow you to determine what these are and what they do.
And yeah, knowing these traits will let you know what these enemies are immune to, what they're weak to, stuff like that.
Yeah. And like it makes it a lot easier for tactical planning. So depending on the enemy, you'll roll a different knowledge check. So recall knowledge is just, you can call it a knowledge check. Basically you're taking one of your skills and that's what you're rolling. So like if it's an enemy that uses magic, you'd be rolling knowledge check Arcana. If it's undead, it'd be like a knowledge check religion. If it's an animal, recall knowledge nature. So knowledge checks are very important, because it helps you a lot in figuring out what you can do and what enemy types or what enemies are weak to what damage type, stuff like that. All right, so that's combat, I think. Let's see here. Oh, that's it. That's the end of my slides. Yeah. So, for spells, almost all spell casting will cost like 2 actions at base. And some will cost 3. So spellcasters have to be a lot more careful on how they spend their actions.
There's even a spell that uses 6 actions.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah. And like,
Yeah.
the other thing about Pathfinder combat, you don't have to spend all 3 of your actions attacking. There's actually much less benefit for you to do so, because whenever you make an attack, your first attack is fine, but each one after that you take, I think, like a -5 to your hit. So like on your second attack you roll with like a -5 to your hit. Like, so whatever your bonus is normally, let's say you have like a +8 to hit normally, it becomes a +3 like on your second attack, and then on your third attack it would be like -2 or something like that. So like, unless you really want to chance it, you totally can. Like, I'm not saying you can't attack 3 times in one turn. It's just that it gets a lot harder and harder to hit. So if you want to take that chance, totally up to you. But there are other things that you can do to for your turn. You don't have to attack every turn. You don't have to move every turn. So like, if you have like a spare action, you can roll a recall knowledge check to try and glean more information about enemies. You can do something like this is a good one. Demoralize. Demoralize is a very underrated but very useful ability to have, provided that the creature can understand you and your language. You can use the demoralize action to try and, I think it reduces their AC. Does it make them flat-footed?
It reduces every single one of their stats.
Yeah, so it reduces every single one of their stats on a success. So there is no reason for you not to do it. And like, there are other clever ways of using your spare actions too. So, if you can think of stuff, feel free to try it. Like, you have 3 actions, use them however you like. Because it's a lot more tactical in that way. Is there anything else that I'm missing? Spen, DG, am I forgetting anything?
I don't think so. I think we got everything.
I think you covered all the bases that we need
Yeah.
for just character creating in general.
Yeah. So, yeah, do you guys have, like, any questions, concerns, ideas? I think I've covered nearly everything.
I do have one, but it's like it's a specifically because inventor the crafting activity like
Oh yeah,
formulas,
the crafting activity. Don't worry about time. Like I will kind of like pick like an appropriate level, or appropriate time period in which you can craft stuff.
Yeah, because in this campaign we won't have downtime.
Yeah, because you guys won't really have much downtime. Crafting I'm gonna adjust a little bit, so don't worry about it. If you want to be able to craft, I will try to I'll try to fix things a little bit that make it possible for you to do so.
I mean, I'm just asking because one of the free feats for being inventor is the inventor feat, which just lets me like come up with formulas and that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah, you'll be fine. You'll be okay. You'll be okay. It's fine.
This is in fact the first time that I'm playing a full campaign where I actually have to worry about what formulas are.
Yeah, like
I don't think I need to worry about how to craft an item when I made Saucis the Magus.
And we're gonna be stuck somewhere, so we're probably gonna need some refills on like ammo and stuff.
Yeah, so that I will probably have a fairly easy fix for that. Don't worry about it, because you're gonna be stuck in a place. But considering it's like a facility, you're fine. You can just salvage stuff, and it's fine.
There's plenty of stuff there, but the dangerous part is the dangerous stuff that's preventing us from getting it.
Yeah, pretty much.
The gun I took specifically says that you can just jam anything in there and it'll still shoot. So.
Oh yeah.
Just jam a coffee cup in there, shoot it.
One last thing that I didn't cover in character creation was like what elemental affinity does. Yeah, if you are a caster or you have access to anything magical, or like spell stuff, you can change your damage type. This is the damage typing associated with each element. So, I think quite a few of you are casters, so this will be relevant to you. So, like, Earth has bludgeoning piercing. That's what you can change it to. Fire damage, it's fire and positive. Water is bludgeoning and acid. Unless I misread, and acid is not its own thing. Air is bludgeoning and splashing. Wood, poison, and acid. Metal, I would make it so that like you can do cold iron or silver, stuff that's weak against it. Ice is cold and piercing. Electricity, electric, and poison. Don't ask me why. I learned that radiation is a thing in Pathfinder, so hey, poison it is. Light is fire and positive, and shadow is cold and negative. So these are the damage types that you can alter your spells to have, if they don't already have it. So yeah, that's what your elemental affinity will affect. And I might also have it so that there might be certain magical items that will resonate with your element and enable you to use that kind of damage, even if you are not a magic using character. So that...
Yeah, I was actually just about to ask, like,
yeah,
is there stuff that affects, like, elemental affinity would affect if you're not a caster?
Yeah, like, if you don't have access to spells, it's not something that you can make use of much. But I will have stuff that's available for non-casters that can actually make use of it. So yeah, don't worry about it. I am not leaving you hung out to dry. I have thought of everything. So yeah.
I mean, technically, I have access to fire damage. Like, once, but I have access to it.
Anyway, yeah, that is, I think that's everything I wanted to cover today.
Nice.
Let's see. So I got your campaign sorted out. I got like
finally good. Some Resident Evil. Yay.
Yeah, I got like your initial character concepts. I think Cole's like pretty much done his sheet.
Already.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'll go through this later or right after. Yeah. So you guys can continue working on your characters like up until like our session 1. Our session 1 will be on the 14th of May. So please have your art ready to me at least a week beforehand so I can do all your yaps and our overlay and stuff.
And do.
Yeah. Yeah, and you guys can write up character backstories as you're working on your characters. If you need any information at all, like stuff for nationality, or you want to figure out what sort of stuff has gone on in the world of Mystgard to help in developing your character, feel free to ask. I will share as much as I can. I am more than happy to.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely have stuff about that.
So yeah.
Question about like one of the places.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, feel free. Like you can ask me whenever. Yeah, I'll help you out however I can. But for now, I think we've covered everything that I wanted to and that we need to. And unless you guys have any further questions, I guess we can call this session 0 to a close.
Indeed.
We covered pretty much
like,
everything.
It's 5-hour-long sessions.
Is it 5? Almost 5.
Yeah, it's been almost 5 hours.
Four and a half. 4.5. So yeah, unless you guys have any other questions, yeah, I guess we'll call it here, and yeah, we'll keep in touch, and I will help you out in fleshing out your characters a little more. One last thing I want to say is I couldn't be happier about you guys being like stoked for playing in this campaign. It was never really in the cards for me, at least before, because who would want to play in like a setting that I've written my stories in, but like seeing your guys' enthusiasm about it and your interest in it and like all the questions you ask, it makes me really happy. You have no idea how much it means, because Mystgard and Eric Chronicles, it's my passion, it's my baby. And yeah, seeing you guys so eager to dive into it, yeah, I couldn't ask for anything better. So you know what? Thank you guys so much. And honestly, someone else that I really want to thank, Spen. Spen has like been really amazing in helping me figure stuff out. I put together all of this mechanic stuff in the span of a week, and I could not have gotten it done without Spen's help.
It's
So,
just a thing.
So you know what?
Bro.
So you know what, Spen? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I wouldn't have been able to do this if it weren't for you. So thank you. And and yeah, and thank you guys so much for for wanting to play in this. I was really nervous, but you know what? You guys have like helped me kind of bolster my confidence in this, and you know what? I'm gonna do my damn best to run a good campaign for you and put on a good show.
You'll do great. All right.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
All right, yeah. I hope you guys are gonna enjoy the stories that I have to tell and what I'm gonna be able to put on
The
for
lore
you guys.
reveals.
Yeah, I hope you guys are as excited and stoked as I am, because this is gonna be fun.
Definitely
Can't
am.
wait. Can't wait to play.
All right, thank you guys so much. I will let you go, and if you guys have any questions, or want any help building your characters and backstories, my DMs are open anytime. So yeah, feel free to ask me whenever. All right, I'll let you guys go, and yeah, have a great afternoon.
Yeah, you too.
Have a good one.
All right,
Ooh.
later, guys.
You too.
Bye.
Boy,
Bye.
I kiss.
I will talk to you later about stuff.
Of course,
Me
of
too.
course. Yeah, I hope to hear from you guys. All right, take care.
Yeah.
All right. So that is that, and yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and end stream, guys. Thank you all for hanging around and listening to me kind of ramble on and on about my setting. But yeah, I hope you guys are excited, and I hope you'll tune in whenever we start our first session. So our first session is going to be on May 14th. Same time slot, so we'll be hopefully running between from 1 to about 4 p.m. Eastern. All right. So that's it from me. Thank you for tuning in for the session 0 of what will now be I guess the campaign Regenesis. All right, I will catch you guys next time and have a good afternoon. Bye-bye.